Hi guys. Hello. Welcome to the Festive Marketing Camp by Social Samosa. Year after year, we've seen brands and agencies create campaigns and media plans that drive emotions, bolster sales, and enable the festive spirit among the people. At Social Samosa, we are glad to present the Festive Marketing Camp, where we dive into the fundamentals of a festive campaign, understanding the buying behavior, creative storytelling, media investments, winning on e-commerce, and the festive marketing IPs. Hence, through this camp, it'll be a space where Indian advertising, marketing, and media professionals connect and discuss possible ways to maximize the outcome of advertising and marketing efforts as they step into the busy festive season. I'm not going to take any more of your time. Let's get right into the first session where we understand how can brands leverage social conversations to engage audiences and prompt buying behavior this festive season. I'd like to invite the speaker of this session, Kanika Mittal, the country lead large client solutions at Twitter India.
Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Kanika. Over to you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. Let me just quickly check on my internet speed with you once, if you can hear me and see me as well.
Yes, we're able to see you and hear you.
Okay, right. Wonderful. Let me also take a moment to share my screen and then we can get right to it, if that's all right.
Sure.
Wonderful. Are you able to see my screen?
We're not able to see the screen as yet.
Okay. I think this is Zoom. It works a bit differently. So is that... Okay, Sarah, for some reason, the security settings are not allowing the screen to be used. So I'm going to go ahead and talk. Is that all right?
Sure, I guess, yeah, totally.
Wonderful. Great. It's my absolute pleasure. Good afternoon, everyone, to be here and walk you through how you can tap into social media and social conversations to really drive impact for your brand during the festival season. We all know how cluttered it can get, and therefore any tips and tricks that we have of the trade to really kind of deep dive and look at how to create moments that break through the clutter and make your brand stand out during the festive season are most welcome. On that note, I'll continue. Sarah, if you can give me a thumbs up that we are good on the connection, I can keep going. Wonderful. Well, for today, I intend to walk you through 4 key things. One, what are the kind of festival trends and insights that we can look into? Second, how do we really tap into what's happening around Diwali and really make your brand stand out? 3, how do you design for participation? We keep hearing about how we want our brand's content to go viral, how we want the engagement to be more authentic, but how do you really do that? How do you design for participation in a manner that you can create genuine impact during the festival season? And lastly, and most importantly, how do you take all of your branding efforts and kind of convert them or make them move towards shopping, and which is conversion, and therefore delivering on your biggest KPI? So, just to start this off with key trends that I'm sure many of you are keen to understand. Well, the biggest trend that we seen around Diwali is how nearly 50% of the social conversations on the platform actually happen before Diwali, where people are talking about how they will celebrate, what they want to buy, and how do they want to do some good this Diwali. Then around 35% of the conversations happen to peak on the day of Diwali, maybe a couple of days here and there, where people start talking about the festival itself, the joy of it, and how they plan to celebrate it with their families. This year could be very different because this is the first year that people will do a full scale in-person, Diwali celebration, as the last 2-3 years have been very different, as we all know. And still another 15 to 20% of the conversations actually continue to happen after Diwali as well. So if you want to tap into your customers' mindset in the right way, it would be good to plan your media and your campaign outreach to make sure that you're peaking not just before Diwali, but you're also sustaining your engagement during and after Diwali as well. Moving on, entertainment is now shifting to social, and 61% have said that they'll actually use more of social media this year during the festival season over last year. And there's already a huge chunk of people that are kind of going onto social to share what their Diwali plans are. So given the fact that there are more people on social talking about festive, what is also important to note is that they want to talk and listen into more entertaining content. They are actually looking to brands to inspire them and get their creative juices flowing around Diwali. 52% of our consumers also tell us that they'll be using more of shopping apps, be it in Amazon, Flipkart, or Myntra over this festive season. And many of them will also be using more and more food delivery apps, be it Swiggy or Zomato, or during Diwali this year compared to last. So what we are really seeing across the board is that consumers are very leaned in to tap into the Diwali season. They're excited, they're gung-ho, they want to spend. And not only are they looking for deals and promotions, they are also looking at heartwarming content. They're also wanting something which is a little funny, which is a breakthrough for them, from their day-to-day lives. They're looking for suggestions around gifting ideas. And of course, they're looking for recipes and home decor as well, other than just deals and discounts. So what would be interesting is to have a very balanced creative mix, a very balanced communication mix that just doesn't give the customer a nice discount or a deal on Diwali, but kind of also appeals to their emotional state and gets them excited through tips, tricks, recipes, decor ideas, etc. Moving on, I do want to bring this together home for you from a trends perspective and also share a very, very important thing, that brand conversation on social media is actually very trusted. On an average, 4 out of 5 brand conversations are actually considered very trustworthy, which means that because these reviews and these discussions are coming from consumers and they are for brands, when other consumers come in and tap into those conversations and reviews, they come with the intent of trusting and acting upon this information. So it's a very two-way communication and not a tops-down approach, which typically follows in an ATL or in a very static or a TV kind of an environment. Also, when you look at the behavior of online shoppers, on Twitter in India, we've realized that a lot of them come onto the platform to help discover new products and also help, get help on what to buy. So there are queries on Twitter where people are asking what kind of electronics, but particularly what kind of smartphones to buy. And there are other influencers who are, let's say, passionate about the category, who respond back with help. And then the conversation takes a very nice organic flavor altogether in terms of suggestions and reviews. So ultimately, what is happening is that Twitter is not only empowering conversations and amplifying conversations around the festive season, but also doing it in a very trustworthy, fun and engaging manner. And it's layering that along with influencers who kind of then make it very passionate as well. Now, moving on to the tips and tricks of the trade, how can you really, really connect with what is happening and move forward? One of the things that we've realized at Twitter is that cultural relevance is actually the number 3 driver for purchase. So while you have, price and quality on one side and you have brand and reputation on the other side, you do have the secret sauce, this absolute magical weapon called cultural relevance that you can tap into and really create a very special connect with your consumers. Ultimately, it's all about inspiring brand loyalty in the long run, and what better occasion than Diwali and the festive season to kind of go for it. So we break this down into three pillars, which we'd love to share with you today. One is, how do you own key occasions like Diwali? Second is also, how do you then tap into these through traditions, through the spirit of celebration? And three is also, how do you anticipate new topics, for example, sustainability, for example, environment, and then kind of really take it to the next level, because you're not just then skimming the surface, but really going deep into this. When we talk about owning this occasion, when we talk about owning, moving forward with deeper ideas like sustainability and traditions and things like that, what we also suggest is that go forward and then design to participate in all this. We believe that participation is too important to leave to chance. Your consumers today are extremely active on the platform. So it's good to have your ear to the ground, kind of listen into what are the trends, and pick up the notes that are of value to you. And then you become not just a listener, you actually participate and play an active role in driving culture forward. So you want to be the brand that's in the driver's seat, then you need to drive culture. In order to do that, you need to participate and design for participation by listening in and having an ear to your trends. These trends could be what people are talking about. These could be mentions that drive conversations and fandom, or these could be topics that matter, where you see people are aggregating and having discussions that are kind of going to the next level. Once you've identified what are the key trends to tap into, that means you're ready to design for participation. Now you take all of that content and you take that strategy and develop a very strong brand voice. Until and unless you don't have a special brand voice, it'll be difficult for you to make a connection. It'll be difficult for you to lead through conversion. You may be yelling from the rooftop, but you may not be heard. It's only when you have a spectacular brand voice that makes you human, that makes you relatable, is when your consumers will respect you and talk back with you. And hence, when you participate, do remember to have a point of view, be conversational, be real time, almost be your consumer's friend, and not just a brand that is trying to make a sale. And lastly, the third piece around connections and around driving participation that you can keep in mind is ultimately you want to be the leader. You want to do things that are new, innovative, and disruptive. I know this is a buzzword for most marketers and the biggest KPI that they have to follow through on. But with Twitter, that's really possible, especially in the festival context where conversations are high, and you just need to have your right strategy so that you can lean into these conversations and create the necessary sparks. Again, Twitter can help you listen into the trends and design for participation, and thus lead, which can lead to meaningful impact. Moving on, if you just break that down a little further, today we know that we want to design for participation and not take it for chance. But what are the tools that you can use to truly empower yourself? And I think here is where, from the multitude of business solutions that Twitter has, I will just talk to you about three, I would say, most exciting and big pieces. Let me start with the power of video storytelling. Twitter allows you to tell a very rich brand story with very, very engaging video formats and hyper targeting abilities. So you can reach your audiences in a very contextual manner, but also make sure that your video is in the right format, it's telling the right story, and it is kind of, developed to excite the Twitter audience. The Twitter audience, as several of you know already, is very leaned in, it's very influential. They come with the intent to act and engage and participate. And therefore, there is no thumbing up and down of the timeline that happens without really paying attention to the timeline. When you capture your consumer in such an attentive state of mind, through the power of video storytelling, you're able to create brand recall to the next level altogether. And therefore, immersive storytelling through different formats can make a huge difference. I'm so excited to share that 62% of consumers say that Twitter is one of their main sources for video content online. And this is a very active audience with a passion for video. So the first thing we would suggest is to have really strong video storytelling that transcends different formats and is able to leverage Twitter's leaned-in audience. The second tool that you can use, of course, is, of course, creators, and kind of connect with influencers that add more credibility to your brand voice and truly amplify that through tools like allow listing, whitelisting, etc. You can tap into a range of concepts, be it ideas around sustainable Diwali, be it ideas around, recipes and decor, or simply ideas around how to use your smartphone to take the most beautiful Diwali shots. There's a lot that creators can help you do. And Twitter, of course, has a complete in-house design studio called Art House that can help you, bring those ideas to life in video format, or even take a step further and do more conversational pieces using Twitter Spaces, which is more audio focused, and therefore in case you don't want to just use video as a strategy but also leverage voice, that option is also there for you. Ultimately, all of this has to lead to KPIs. And what we firmly believe is that when you craft your campaign, what would be great is if you craft it to deliver impact across the funnel objectives. So while you can use videos, you can use creators, or you can use other pieces, ultimately tie it all together to have a solid flight plan that helps you deliver lower funnel metrics as well. We believe it's time for marketers to look beyond clicks and focus on conversions as well. And people are increasingly turning to social media before making a purchase. 50% of online shoppers in India actually actively turn to platforms like Twitter to know about brands, products, and services. And I think that's a very, very important thing to keep in mind. Twitter ultimately is the conversational layer of the internet. And if people are not conversing around your brand, they're not talking about your brand, then something is going amiss. So what we kind of, what the thought that we'd love to leave you all with is that ultimately your tweet is very powerful. And a tweet is all that it takes. We've seen amazing moments across the board. For example, something that Chef Vikas had done when he through Twitter mobilized a complete drive where through a single tweet he was able to take donations to the next level in the time of an emergency. So ultimately, a tweet is all it takes, and not just for an emergency. Even when we talk about love, we have an amazing initiative called We Met on Twitter, where through a single tweet, we've seen instances where old friends have found each other in the country, across the border, and it's been amazing what a single tweet can do. It's now, as marketers, it's on us. How do we leverage that from a brand's perspective and take it, to the next level? When we talk about impact across the funnel, we do want to also talk about how you can drive purchase intent, how you can drive greater advocacy, and how you can drive conversions. And what we've realized is that conversations actually impact the entire purchase action funnel. The important thing, however, is to just make sure that you choose the best formats depending upon the KPI that you have in mind. For example, if your campaign this Diwali is all about creating awareness, then we would suggest, going for Amplify, which is a premier video product where you can interlace video content that you create on top of your on the top of your advertisements and give a complete picture, holistic picture to your consumer that's not just ad driven but also content driven. On top of that, you can target it to the audience that you want across a set of premium publishers. Not just that, we also suggest that you can use our products like website cards or conversational cards and kind of bring them together in an interesting way where you use features very, very unique to Twitter, for example, driving personalization, driving reminders, and things like that to create more awareness. As you go down the funnel and you want to talk more about message association, there are a lot of interesting pieces that you can choose. For example, conversational cards that help you create virality on the timeline. With the use of a Twitter conversation card, all you need to do is pick the choice from a set of given options developed by the brand from the conversation card, and that automatically pops on your timeline, thereby creating very positive virality for the brand and giving your consumer also a very fun experience on the timeline. And lastly, if it's about driving impact further down the funnel around intent and advocacy, as we just spoke of, then of course you can use website cards, etc., or use optimization techniques that are available with Twitter to kind of target your audience the right way and deliver that impact. The interesting thing is you can target by conversations, and you can also target by topics, interests, etc. But all of that really brings your audience together in the way you want, through the format you want, and tied together with beautiful creative and video to really, really make your brand stand out during the festival season. And of course, like we said before, just to conclude this, we spoke to you about how conversations around Diwali are in 3 phases: pre, during, and post. So please, make sure that you are spread across the 3 phases. What we typically suggest is have a flight plan that first helps you create massive hype. So send your message out, build anticipation, tease your audience a little bit, and just get them hyped up. It's almost like a musical concert is about to happen and you're just getting your fans excited. That's how you should be looking at the hype up or the tease phase of your campaign. And then, of course, it's the second phase, which is, the more participation-led phase, where you try to create a surge so that you can maximize your share of voice and really, really be at the top of the conversation when Diwali happens. And last, of course, is reaction, or the last phase or the sustained phase, where it's more about driving cost efficiency, it's more about driving KPIs, but also giving your campaign a closure on the right notes, so that not only do you hit your brand KPIs, but you're also able to hit your sales KPIs and ultimately make a strong business case. It is such a delight to be able to present how Twitter and conversations on social media can be leveraged for the festive season. And I'm happy to take a pause here and take any questions from the audience. Hi, so I see a question from Munsifa, which is a very interesting one. What are the different types of formats in conversation? Well, typically, on Twitter, when consumers are on the platform, they are actively tweeting out. But when we want to engage with the same consumers through a brand, as a brand, we use what is called a conversation card. So for example, if you're a smartphone brand and you have 3 cool features to talk about, it could be your camera, it could be your battery, or it could be something else, which is, very cool. Then you can kind of put those options out there and ask your consumer to lean in around what they like the most. So in a conversation card, 3 options will go out, and depending upon, let's say if a consumer chooses camera, they will actually get a personalized notification saying, "Hey, Munsifa, thank you for showing interest in our smartphone camera. Here is a video that will tell you more on how to rock your photography with with our product." So that's how you can tap into conversations using conversation cards. Thank you, Mayur. It's an excellent question. How do you build that cultural difference? Well, the main thing is that you just have your ear to the ground and use social media listening tools or any other digital war room or any other strategy that works for you to understand what are the trends. From those trends, identify those that are closest to your brands, that tie in with the passion points of your consumer and the values of the brand. Almost think of it like a Venn diagram, where you have you have your passion points on and your consumers' passion points on right, and then you have the common area which ties back to the brand's value, and use that commonality to then create a tone of voice. If you do it constantly and you do it creatively, you will for sure be in the driver's seat when it comes to culture. Thank you, Hidesha. I think great question. Can you please reiterate how to maximize reach during the campaign? A great way to maximize reach during the campaign would be to have a very smart plan, 3 phases. A good way to remember is that, first you have the teaser phase, which you can think of as spark. Then you have spark, which is, the second phase where you create a peak. And then you have the third phase, which is sustain. So, you spark and sustain. Those are the ways to remember. But essentially what you're doing is, first, you are creating hype, you're creating engagement, you're teasing your customer and building fandom. Then you are really amplifying your campaign using media vehicles and making sure that you're owning share of voice. And then in the third phase, you're sustaining through through lower funnel objectives. That will help you to maximize reach throughout your campaign. Sorry. Samit, thank you. Your question is, do you recommend to do a series of emailers targeting one festival, or only one festival greeting is enough? Well, again, very interesting question, and it really depends on what the brand is trying to do. I would always recommend a storytelling format where you have multiple creatives. It could be mailers or it could be anything else that kind of ultimately tie back to a single story. So it's almost like mini stories or mini chapters that lead up to the complete book. That will that will really get your consumer engaged, and he'll have the curiosity to keep reading and keep engaging as you send him fresh content. Will the metaverse change help create positive impact on audience attention? Well, to be honest, I think metaverse is something very new, and we have to wait and watch. It holds tremendous possibilities, but also it comes with its own set of challenges. So this is something we are all waiting and watching with bated breath. Hana, let's give this some time. Amazing. How should we compete or differentiate from big brands in the same niche compared to when it's the new brand? All right. I'm getting an option here to answer live and type answer. I just want to confirm if you're able to hear me. Give the answer. Okay, wonderful. Let me continue in that case. It's a great question, and I think when you look at big brands that come with large budgets versus a new brand that's kind of wanting to break through, if you ask me personally, I think a great differentiator is your social media strategy. Ultimately, your consumer wants to engage with you, and the common platform is social media. So if you have a strong tone of voice, if you're culturally relevant, if you are engaging consistently, and if you're doing interesting storytelling, eventually you will break through. If you look at the success that several D2C brands have had, do look at how they are doing the storytelling. It is really helping them differentiate. And platforms like Twitter are a key point of differentiation, because where they're really most alive. They are engaging with consumers in real time, giving feedback, everything when there is a need, and therefore have a tone of voice that makes them very different from the big brands. Can you give example of a teaser? I'm not able to understand what kind of content to put out. Another great question, Vinny. Let me take an example of a new automated car that's out, and maybe this car has more space compared to before. So a teaser can be, how much more do you think you can fit into a brand new launch? I'm not taking any brand names here, but just to give you an idea. If a new car is getting launched and it has more space compared to its previous version, then a teaser can be asking people to play a guessing game on how much more can fit into that car. The teaser can play out in the form of a media poll and other formats, but it'll just get consumers thinking, and that is how a great teaser can get developed. All right, Wazim, your question is, please share your thoughts on content creation in the health and wellness category and blending it with the festive marketing. It's a great question, Wazim, and I think health is more top of mind today than ever. Earlier, when people used to plan for Diwali, it would be all about having fun, eating a lot of sweets, and food was a big, big part. But today, if you look at social media, there are already tips and tricks in place on how to kind of make sure that you are binge eating during Diwali, but you're also eating the right way so that you don't have to deal with what is called your post-Diwali, how you're feeling post-Diwali. My internet is not stable. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Let me try and see what I can do. I have just switched to a different network. Can you hear me now? Should I continue? Okay, wonderful. So Wasim, as I was just saying, things have really changed in the way people, connect around Diwali as well, and there's a increased consciousness around health. So earlier there was a let go attitude around Diwali and festival. Now there is caution. So my suggestion would be to put out content that preempts the challenges that people deal with after Diwali, and kind of give them tips and tricks on how to avoid those kind of challenges post Diwali. I think that will be extremely useful and fits right into the health and wellness space. So instead of working out 5 times a week after Diwali and trying to kind of figure your way out, better do something right before Diwali and during Diwali and enjoy the festival, but in a balanced way. So tips on having a balanced Diwali and a healthy Diwali, I'm sure would be deeply appreciated. The next question is from Samit. He's asking how engaging would it be to engage on non-festival occasions like a World Heart Day and so on? Or would it be like we are bombarding the end user? Again, it's an interesting question, Samit. And at Twitter, what we believe is to have a very strong connect calendar. By connect calendar, we mean occasions on which you can connect with your consumer. Now, this kind of a content calendar or a connect calendar has anywhere between 15 to 20 occasions in a single quarter, or a span of 3 months. So you don't have to necessarily do all 15, 20, but you can pick the 7 to 8 that are most critical for your brand. For example, Amazon may choose to pick Happy Teachers Day because they might want to do something to acknowledge the work of teachers around, around the pandemic, or anything like that. Or there might be a different brand like SpiceJet Health that might want to do something around, World Heart Day to promote health. So it really depends on the passion points of your consumers and the values of your brand. And at the intersection of that lies the connect moments that you can tap into and strategically pick around 7 to 8 in a single quarter, but go after them with complete heart and rigor. Sarah, I'm just conscious of time and I'm happy to answer Nipun and Bhavesh's question, but would it be okay to continue?
Yeah. Hi, Kanika. Sure. Go ahead.
All right. I shall continue in that case. Let me know when to stop. So Nipul's question is, thoughts on service marketing in tech and IT space and what kind of creatives work in this industry. So Twitter does a lot of interesting work with brands like Microsoft, Infosys, Dell, Lenovo, and some of the more upcoming startups as well, be it Spread or Small Case. And what we've noticed is the thing that makes a huge difference is how contextual you are and how well are you targeting to your audience. Typically in tech and the IT space, it's a very specific kind of audience that is being catered to compared to e-commerce or CPG, etc. So first is keep your audience in mind when you design your creative, and just if it needs to take a certain tone, let that take that tone to embrace the nature of the audience. I think the second piece would be the kind of pivoting that is required when it comes to creatives in this industry is typically higher because the audience is more leaned in. They are very, very smart, alert, attentive. So you might want to have a very always on creative strategy and also pivot when there is a need. So for example, if there is conversation on cybersecurity happening or safer internet day, those are moments that no other brand might tap into, but you as an ITES brand definitely might want to look into. So it's a white space that you can tap into. And therefore, my second suggestion would be look for white spaces that other sectors are not looking into and start owning those through your creative strategy. Yes, definitely, Bhavesh. You can do targeting messaging on Twitter. You can target whoever you want, be it from the medical fraternity, or you want to target someone from tech B2B. So you can do conversation based targeting, or create lookalike audiences. So this is a bit of a technical question, and you're welcome to DM me on Twitter and I can give you a more detailed response. But to give you a short answer, yes, you can certainly target the kind of audience you want and be very specific and contextual. What if we are launching a new brand during Diwali? Will it take the attention away? Oh, no, not at all. I believe Diwali is a great time to launch new brands. Consumers are extremely receptive. They are actually open to new ideas and suggestions. Again, I would say just do make sure that you have strong storytelling. It's backed by the right social media strategy and amplification so that your conversation with the consumer is more human and relatable. But you should not worry about launching during Diwali at all. In fact, it's the ideal platform for new launches. What format works more on Twitter, videos or threads? Krushi, both formats are working very well. Video, like I said, 62% of our audience actually comes to Twitter to watch content online. So it means that, it's not just the more, I would say, obvious video platforms, but Twitter is also a platform of choice when it comes to video consumption. So that's working very well. And threads are more when you want to kind of give a more fun explanation, or you want to give a more infomercial kind of a piece. That's when threads come into play. So recently there was a very cool thread by a finance guru on what you can do, since the market is really, changing very fast in the last 2-3 days. So when you want to give that kind of an information, then threads become very, very useful. So it really depends on the objective, but both are doing very well on the platform at the moment. Oh, I think the last question is shed some light on how a B2B platform or a business can make most out of the festival content. Oh, it's a fabulous question, and I understand why you're asking, Sakib, because typically for tech B2B, sometimes you feel Diwali may not be the best occasion. But I think what's important to realize is that the audience is there on the platform. And this audience during Diwali is far more engaged and attentive and open-minded. So continue to put your B2B messages also through. You might want to change your creative strategy a little bit, but certainly don't shy away from promoting and communicating during Diwali, even if you are a tech B2B brand. All right, the next question is from Nupur, and she's asking, how do you grow followers on Twitter? That's a really long answer, but I'll try and give you a short one. I think there are two aspects which are super important. One is consistency plays a huge role. So please be very consistent in what you're posting. And two, have some, kind of have some passion points that you tweet about regularly, so that people not only start following you, but they also start retweeting and quoting you, because they will start relating to your passion points, and you'll kind of build your own circle, you'll kind of build your own community on Twitter, which will eventually lead you to getting more and more followers. So be consistent and have a strategy around passion points.
Hi, Kanika. We'll have to wrap up here.
Yeah, no problem, Sarah. Thank you. I was waiting for you to tell me what's the best time, and it's been a being here and answering the questions. I hope you found the session useful. And like I said, please DM me on Twitter for anything that may have been not answered during the session. And thank you, Social Samosa. It's been wonderful. A lovely, engaged audience you have.
Thank you so much, Kanika. It was such a wonderful session. Moving ahead to the next session, lighting the creative fireworks, crafting unique campaigns in the cluttered festive season. For this session, I'd like to invite the panelists, Keegan Pinto, CCO at FCB Ulka, Russell Barrett, CCO and CEO at BVH India, Mukund Olety, CCO VMLY&R Network India, Shradha Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Grapes. And to moderate the session, I'd like to welcome Hitesh Rajwani, founder of Social Samosa Network.
Hi, everybody. What's up?
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Keegan. Hi, Mukund.
Hey, man. Hi.
Hi, Hitesh. Hi, what's up? What's up? Hi, Mukund.
Hi,
Hey man, hey
Amaresh.
Keegan, how are you?
Hello, hello again, Russell. Good, good. Thanks, man.
Hello, hello again, Russell. Good, good. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Welcome to the Social Samosa Festive Marketing Camp. I think it's an honor to have people of your stature join this session, have an interesting conversation around something that really is like a conversation that happens in the advertising and marketing boardrooms. And I won't waste much of time and dive into the subject straight. So I think like a lot of creative leaders or like creative teams have access to similar insights during the festive season. I think the experience people would have during festive seasons more or less are similar. So how do you, as people who lead creative campaigns, make sure that, like, though you have similar insights at hand, there is something unique that comes out every festive season that's there, because festive season is quite big for Indian advertisers and marketers. Probably we could start with you, Keegan, and then go to others.
See, I mean, there's max clutter, especially during Diwali. I think it's a time when, so I call September the death month in advertising because it all peaks for Diwali, and then I think it largely kind of flattens out. So we just did a film a couple of weeks ago for Durga Puja, and we incorporated, interestingly, the whole range of all the Tata Motors cars, Tata Motors, obviously. And simple film that, so it's a great learning and maybe a decent answer to your question. So simple film that had heart, and I think the festival fervor is such that everybody's hearts are connected. So I'm going to call it a bit of a dark trick. I'm going to also use the word, see, we are largely in the world of manipulation. We are in the business of that largely. So I think a film which does the right things to the heart, or a piece of communication which reinforces, everybody's hearts are waiting to be stimulated. And that's how you're geared up as a human being during a festival. So I think if you hit the bullseye with with emotional stuff and stuff that really tugs, a really simple film where the message was about Durga Puja and how the festival is about doing good. So the cars do good. So for example, one scene has the car fills in its boot a lot of the drums of the dhol players who are going to play at a certain pandal. So we thought, yes, a simple narrative hai, but it went viral and got loved. So I just think, there's no rocket science. I just think in the world of clutter, just don't fall for the mundaneness of headlines like is tyohar, which is the torture that writers have to go through. I think reinvigorate yourselves and keep creativity up, because if it hits it can seem boring to creative people to kind of create festive communication. But if you're really going to refresh yourselves and gain perspective at that time and keep your standards high, I think it's a great trick to have hearts that actually press the share button at that time.
Great. I think Mukund, Russell, Shradha, you guys have anything more to add to this?
I mean, look, we Indians love our festivals, right? We love the whole festival spirit. We love emotions. We love seeing people getting together. We love people going home. We love seeing families, right? But I think one way is like what kind of stories you're telling in this space, right? Like if it's a story of families, what is your definition of families? Can that change? Can that change the kind of stories you're going to tell, right? Say, for example, we've just launched a series of films for Dell, right? Where the first film is about, it's a family of three women, and the younger one is interested in football, right? The second film is about a single mom taking her daughter to meet this would-be husband for the very first time during Diwali. How would that conversation go? What is that storytelling like, right? And the third film is about somebody going home and making whoever is traveling with a new family, right? Saying the whole definition of family could lead to the new story. So I think those insights are same. I think the mood is the same, but the context could change. Like the world is evolving. Like I don't know what's the geopolitical situation in the next 1 month, right? We went through a low, we went through a high. Like everybody's talking about what was happening during COVID. Everybody was empathizing with you. Then we went through a phase of optimism, over optimism, that everything is opening up. Now I think we've come back to that, like let's do like normal festive commercials that bring a smile on my face. But in this, how do you kind of get those gems out? Like, how do you get those gems out in terms of like redefining stories with technology, or the definition of like what do you call a family itself?
So, like, I think to 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 put down a context to it, what Keegan said is more about touching the right emotions or touching hearts to get more shareability for the creatives that you get. And you spoke about reimagining or redefining what family or what traditions mean to different people at different points in time.
Right.
Russell, this brings me to a question that what are some of the essentials of storytelling during festive season according to you? Is it the emotions which Keegan mentioned? Is it reimagining what Mukund mentioned? Or there is more to it according to you?
Yeah, so thanks. In my mind, right, that's there are some very simple principles, and they're more or less the same principles that you'll apply to really strong advertising any time of the year, but they are especially applicable at this time of the year, right? The first one is persuade, don't promote. A persuasion suddenly starts to feel like a story being told. Promotion generally sounds like this Diwali, or like Keegan said earlier, is Diwali. And that is promotion. As soon as you've got work that starts off saying that, you know that you're making a promotional message come alive rather than telling a persuasive story. A persuasive story will not reference this Diwali because uh, you're not selling, you're telling an engaging, genuine story, right? Uh, I feel another thing, and this is so. I mean, like it's quite painfully obvious, and we'll say this year, and next year the same thing will happen, right? Which is planning. We know that Diwali is coming on a particular day at the very beginning of the year. We know that Christmas is on 25th of December. It's not going. You can't negotiate this deadline, right? But still are planning for this festival or this particular, whatever the festive occasion is, will start like a month or 2 months before. I was reading stuff around John Lewis and around how they made their Christmas, how basically this really interesting article that talked about how John Lewis made the country cry. And what was really pertinent, what jumped out at me, is that they start planning for the Christmas campaigns in February. Now, this follows again a simple principle. If you either need to have time or money, right? If you're going to throw $1 billion or crores upon crores around making this work, sure, you could probably still end up with some enduring, engaging work. But otherwise, you need time. You need time to tell a story well. You need time to craft things. It can't be this rush. So if you have a little more planning in your life, right, you'll be able to prepare for, because like I said earlier, it's not going to change. It's not like it suddenly happened. This date is suddenly shifted. You already know, and you have a huge lead up time to that. But invariably, we end up having this discussion in August. We start talking about it. Maybe if you're really super prepared, you start talking about it in July. Then we have rounds upon rounds, and eventually we're all stuck with, which is why if you go and ask any director right now, they're all busy because they're still putting out the Diwali messages. There's really no time that we're giving to craft of storytelling, right? And I think one of the final points that I want to make is that we need to remember that we're talking to an audience, not a consumer. An audience can get up and leave. Consumer, there's this assumption that a consumer has no choice, that they just they have to consume the stuff that they put. No one consumes this, right? So an audience will get up and leave at any point of time, and that is a very sobering thought. In which case, your message must be endearing, engaging, memorable, fresh, different. I don't think that people will say, "Yeah, bus ho gaya. I've had too many good ads." nothing like that will ever happen, right? So as long as your ads are pertinent, they're strong, they're deep, they're engaging, you will find space in the clutter. As soon as they're not, you will be the clutter, and that's those are, I would say, important points for advertising through the year, but especially so because Diwali and the festive season has so much of very similar messaging, so therefore breaking the clutter is so much more important, and it has to start with a fresh, engaging, endearing idea that that's more persuasive than promotional.
Right. Shradha, do you have any inputs on how to keep it fresh during festive season? I mean, is there anything to add to what Russell also mentioned?
So I think when I was hearing all three of them, it sounded like Vidya Balan film. Everybody saying storytelling, storytelling, storytelling. Like she said, entertainment, 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 right? And that's the crux. There's no hiding away from that fact, right? It is storytelling. And yes, nobody will, like how Russell said, that get bored of good ads, right? So every time you emote a story and you have good actors, you have a good voiceover, you've done the art direction right, it will come out well. But being a digital first agency, I genuinely believe that there's more to storytelling today in the entire consumer journey, right? While at one side you say that we have a great film which is going to emote and drive brand imagery for the overall brand, but at the same time we have multiple other objectives by the brand. So this year might be the overall objective is that I don't want to create an emotional film because I have good brand imagery. Why don't you drive me more trials? Why don't you drive me more consideration, right? So in that case, then we would like to create ads which are related to their objective. For example, for Iyer, while we can create his whole story, the driver should come back, which is homecoming, right? Basically, one of the simplest way of saying it's just that the story can be different this time. But what we thought about was a U-turn, because how can you exchange trucks in the midway and come home early rather than not going away at all, right? Or for example, let's say Amazon Prime Video did a campaign, right, where they said that, what, you keep watching me every day, night. Why are you watching me on Diwali? Please go home and celebrate it with your family and friends. So they literally told the client or the customer, said that stop watching me on Diwali. So that's bold advertising, which we see in very less brands today in India, which is very famous outside the world, right? Or the third thing, let's say there was Simply Diwali campaign done by one brand where they said that, what, oh, this girl, they showed a very sexy girl and they were like, oh, this girl is not going to tell you a homecoming story. She's only going to give you a great offer on Vivo TV. So that's an objective from a purchase perspective, right? So the idea is that while, yes, you can create different angles in terms of making better brand stories, but when you do a review with your MD or CEO at the end of the year, that one slide on emotive video can only take you so much because that will drive views, right? But then at the end of the day, the KPI also needs to meet, and hence your festive campaign should match your objective of the year, not of festive campaign only.
And so, I think each one of you did mention the word clutter at some point in time. And I do understand that storytelling or having a good, having good emotions associated to a craft is really important. But Shradha, from your perspective of being a digital agency, what are some of the things that say, we have a good film at hand? How do you suggest a brand should break the clutter with media at play, not just about the creative? Say the creative is one of the best works from the brand, but still there is a chance that given the kind of competition that is there across media avenues, given the platform algorithms, there is limited organic reach which a brand's campaign might get. So are there any hack tips from your end to make sure that from a media perspective a brand is able to break through the clutter with a good film at hand?
Yeah. See, I keep mentioning this, fish where the fishes are. So if you have a great video and you don't put the right media budget to it, you'd better not release that film, right? We keep seeing some clients who say, let's spend 25, 40, 50 lakh rupees on a film and then you spend 10 lakh rupees on media because it's just a Diwali post, not more than that. We should not do that. So you should always follow a good ratio of what is your creative budget is to your media budget as first thing. But the whole strategy of making any such emotive film really become a success is a strategy which goes from inward to outward. So the first thing that we do is basically we take the film and promote the film in employees, because employees are the one who will share it organically on their social media handles, on their LinkedIn. They'll WhatsApp forward it to everyone else also, right? Once they do that, then what we say is, okay, let's now promote it to the customer that we have. So we'll send them on WhatsApp itself. The most viral videos that you would see is ideally on WhatsApp last year, and then it went to social media like an Instagram or something. You'll never see a YouTube video where you say, oh, I saw this video on YouTube and it went viral. Yes, they're trendings, which is fine, but virality comes from these two. So think of a strategy where you can make this film go viral on WhatsApp first. Okay. After that, you think of media spends, which is going on social and YouTube. Don't think of putting this ad on OTT, because generally, if you look at all the good films, their length, because we don't want to restrict our creativity in this period, right? And it's emotive films. They're 3 minutes, they're 4 minutes, they're 2.5 minutes, right? That length is quite huge for an OTT platform to be there. And after you've done this, one of the very strong things to do is getting influencers to share it and do PR. So go to Hitesh, get an article done and say, you know what, these are one of the best ads to have, or get other publishers to talk about it. Their headlines are so crazy that everybody wants to read about them. So these are a few tactics of where you can ensure that at least you've done your bit to make the film shared. I'll not use the word viral, but make the film shared well and seen well.
Right. So speaking of shareability, Keegan, like I think you've done so many creative campaigns in your career, and I think I've seen most of them trending on timelines organically. Like I would see people across industry sharing it, people who are working with competitive agencies also sharing it and appreciating the craft in general. And I think that is something which is there in like which I've seen in the last few years, that the Indian creative community has been like vouching or has been like appreciating each other's work quite openly. So like from a shareability perspective, what are some of the things a film or an art, like a work of craft during the festive season should have? Like if you have to make something really shareable. Keegan, I think you're on mute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There are two kinds of pieces. I think Shradha broke it down quite nicely. So Diwali also sees the sale campaigns. Because we're speaking of Diwali, I'd like to assume, because it's coming up and all that. There are the other festivals that don't become victims of so many sale needs and requirements, right? You may not see so much of it in India where Christmas is concerned. So in the event of sale campaigns, so we do JioMart and we do Reliance Mart and all that. Going after business and doing creativity which is right to, as the client wants, Crash's website, which has happened a few times in the past, is great. Then there's the brand love opportunity. And like I said, so I guess when festivals come about, that's when you can best, and I used sort of a brutal word, which is manipulation. You can best manipulate, because people are waiting to be stimulated. They don't even know it, but they are largely waiting to feel more festive fervor than they already have in their hearts. Having said that, I guess there is a lot of clutter. So that's my point. So you'll have sale communication, you'll have everybody attempting brand love also during Diwali. And then, so there's clutter ke upar clutter. And then I think something new and something brave. And I think Shradha maybe threw some light on the fact that I think in India, we struggle to be so brave. I've also felt it. I'm sure the other panelists have. I think if it's brave and ballsy and has that little, there's also, I've heard from the younger people here in the agency, there's also I shared this film. When you share a film, it's sort of an extended brand of yours. You share a certain kind of film, and if this film has courage, if this film has newness, if this film has outrage, I think, look at this film because I am as cool as this film. So I think so it's a very typical combination of real heart, I think hearts press share buttons, not thumbs or fingers. And when it's kind of peppered or garnished with brave, it's an evil combination. So what I'm saying may seem very simplistic, but to eventually write it with beauty, craft, credibility, and have the partnership and the courage of a client, these things may seem very textbook, but it's magic and good fortune when they come together, because they don't come so often.
Absolutely. I think simplicity is something which is the most difficult thing to put across. Like, I think there are very few people who can put across simple things the way you did. Like, I took one cue from what you were saying about how an ad, like how some people who would share an ad would resonate with the ad and would think that this is very close to me and it is very personal to me. And I think personalization as a topic has been discussed in creative corners for a long time, and of late, like Indian campaigns have done great at Cannes also have had a good angle of personalization to it, which is on the back of technology. So Mukund, Russell, like what are your thoughts on creative people embracing technology to create like impact, like what Keegan mentioned, that about creating impact which becomes very personal to people and which makes them share content, which makes their heart press the share button and not the thumb. Mukund, you could start, and probably Russell, you could weigh in.
Cool. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I think technology has been a boon, right? Especially the times that we're living in. Like, there's so many possibilities to tell the stories that were never told. Like, imagine the kind of stories that we can tell today is not the kind of stories that could be told 10 years ago, right? Like we beat Sachin by like 35 years or something, right? Or like even the Cadbury ad where hyper personalized communication that I want to share, right? I think, I think the good thing about using technology in your emotional storytelling, you're not just viewing this ad, but I think oftentimes technology enables you to do something with that ad, right? So you're more like doing with that ad, creating an impact by doing rather than just viewing. It also opens new avenues, like what is the stories that's happening in the metaverse, like what is this, what can happen in the gaming world, what can happen in another world. I think there's so many opportunities to tell different kinds of stories to different kinds of cohorts, right? I think for me, like this potent mix of technology and storytelling is just getting started. We haven't even scratched the surface, right? Like every day you look at it, like there is something new, right? So I think it's often like, I think people mistake that is the technology itself is an idea, but I think it's how do you leverage on the technology to bring a great idea alive.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to Mukund, I completely agree with him. Right? We're living in extremely exciting times. They're a little scary, but they're extremely exciting because, uh, very very seldom when you're in the middle of a revolution, do you realize that you're in the middle of a revolution. But we are in the middle of a creative revolution that is being fueled by technology. What's possible is now so exciting, right? What's possible, and to Shradha's point earlier, I completely agree. We're not just, and I think some of the questions as well, we're not just talking about big budget films here. We are talking about, we're talking about acts. We're talking about, we're not talking about ads. It could be video, but that's the packaging of what the act is, right? There are opportunities to use technology in huge ways. Whether it's the Cadbury's ad that we are referencing now in terms of the last year's festival season, or even something that we did for Mahindra Racing, where we a bunch of people in London powered the Formula E car by dancing on a floor that converted kinetic energy into electric energy. This is tech that's now accessible to everybody, allowing us to bend it to. I just want to mention here what I find the most exciting part of it. Right, tech has been around for ages, but for a long time it was the horse riding the jockey. if you know what I mean, right? Like it was the tech riding the idea. I think we're right now in a period of time where where the idea is riding the tech, and so that's super important. Otherwise, what you are left with is something that's really cool and people forget about it. The reason we're still talking about some of these ideas from last year is because there were ideas embedded in the technology. The technology served at the idea's behest and at the idea's purpose. And I think that is really significant. Technology, because it exists, is sort of, it's going to create a certain amount of buzz, but it won't last. It won't endure. It won't endure. But as soon as it's being powered by an idea, then you have something that will genuinely affect people.
Shradha, you have something to add to this?
So, like they mentioned, I think Cadbury and then followed by Zomato, these were two ads which has used AI as a technology to create local personalized message for certain cohort. Because earlier there was a pen portrait, right? We used to have one typical type of consumer, one ad, one print ad depicting that person. But now you have some 100 cohorts that you're trying to address. Because I might be a work professional by nature in the afternoon, but by evening I'm a swimmer, and by the next on a weekend I'm a party person, right? So my cohort has changed thrice. Imagine how many cohorts you are targeting. But not just using, like he very nicely said, what Mahindra did also is very exciting because it's happening on ground, right? So, for example, for a real estate client, what we are doing is if you have a sample flat, how would you make him feel that this is the flat that you want to buy? Otherwise, it's always price versus what is the location, right? So, we made users log in through the Instagram, picked up all the Instagram images with their permission and put it on digital photo frames inside the house. So every room looked like as if it was their own home, right? So using technology, not just by like doing a larger film or doing something which is happening on ground, but also creating different experiences. Can I create a WebGL banner when you're coming on my website and you're making a purchase, right? So smaller things like this can help you in terms of improving your experience overall. You're on mute, Hitesh.
So now I'm coming to a part which is wherein I take a back seat, like I usually have taken a back seat, but I take a back seat from the moderation, and like each one of the panelists can ask a question to another one, and like we could make it like a chain, like so that everyone gets to answer and everyone gets to question. So like probably Keegan, we could start with you. You could ask a question to someone, and then that someone could answer that and pass on another question to the other person.
My question is, are you guys sleeping right? Are you guys taking care of your health, guys? Are you guys eating right? Russell, you get some time to work out, get some cardio time, bro. That's my question to advertising leaders.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, it's, I think more than any other time, the pandemic has taught us that, priority wise, one's personal health must come first. And over and above everything else. And I was just talking about this to a colleague of mine recently. It's not a sequential thing. You look at the priorities: health, then family, then career. It's not a priority. It's not a one by one thing. It is the biggest priority should be your health, and then your family, and then your work, and whatever. But it needs to happen simultaneously. Otherwise, if you're focusing entirely on one thing, the other two will suffer. Trust me. But no, it is so important. Another important thing is just healthier habits. I think they're super important. But yes, thanks, Kiran. I'm definitely I've definitely put that front and center.
Right, Russell, you have a question for either Mukund or Shradha, and then they could pass.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mukund, as I'll ask that, because in my window, that's the sequence I'm seeing. Right? But I mean, what are your thoughts, Mukund, around around the challenges of time, which is we talked about it a little earlier, that nothing great really is born overnight. I mean, like you need time, right? And, it does not mean that you need it's not just about craft. You need time to say no to certain ideas. You need time to say maybe I can do better. How are you dealing with in an age that is super fast, hyper driven, result oriented, etc. How are you dealing with the sort of paradox of no time, but the quality that is expected is has not decreased?
It's very interesting that you said, right? Because especially at VML, like, we have clients that do big budget films. We have clients who do Insta campaigns, social media posts, and like moment marketing. Like now, how do you create great posts that will catch my eye in 2 seconds? And you have a event happen, like, and there is no time, right? But you need to stand out, and often these things go viral, like, Swiggy is built on this, right? I'm saying there are so many brands that are built on this. So I mean, the whole argument of time, I think, I'm just like so divided, right? Like, like, say for example, a big film, you start off in Feb, let's say, right? Now there is a Ukraine war happening somewhere. Like, are we putting out the right message at the right point of time? I don't know, right? Like, I don't know, like, when is the right time to start a briefing, because like it's so changing. But if we take another point of view, that emotions are emotions, festivals are festivals, festival will remain. So let's plan for this moment of time, but we should be flexible enough that things might change and you might still end up getting 3 weeks, right? But I think that planning is essential, but plan for the best, right? And then even if it's the worst, it'll still happen, right? So I think it's like, I think for bigger films, it's a different kind of timelines. For those moment marketing pieces, a different kind of timelines. I'm guessing the offers, if you're going to do offer communication, it's going to get locked in at some point of time late in the day. So I'm kind of torn on this answer, because I think it just depends on what this piece of communication is.
I think it's now your turn to ask the question.
Yeah.
I'll ask the easiest of questions, right? Like, and I have my favorite advertising campaigns, festive campaigns. So, Shradha, what's yours? Is it? I know you spoke about a lot of things. Like, is it a film? Is it something else? What's your favorite festival campaign?
So to answer that question, I think Cadbury hands down, because the number of forwards we received from our clients saying you need to do something like this on our brand. And it has been a boardroom conversation. So there's no shying from the fact that the agency and the brand did a great job on that. And in fact, they did 2 seasons on it. So that was one of my favorite campaigns. But I'd just like to answer the 2 questions also, like a kid on the block. But because you know what, I'll just show you. I'm having an hour right now.
Good to know, Shradha. Well done.
I have been a person who's never paid attention to my health. I come from a middle class family. I had big dreams to establish. Grapes is completely homegrown, and there's no investor on board, and we had to make this big. So I've slogged to the extent that my health got degraded. Like, there was a time when I was hospitalized, and I've been hospitalized multiple times in the course of working because of the way I work. I work like 12 hours, 10 hours a day. But I never paid attention to my health. And it's been just 1 month that I set time, as because that was the second question. And time, not just for creating campaigns, but time, finding time for yourself is so important, that I say whatever happens, I go to the gym every morning. And I try and do swimming twice. Amazing. And that's how I am ensuring that it's okay. One escalation from a client, I'll handle. Nobody is dying. Because you know what, in social, the question that you just asked, Russell, was that in social, we have 463 days and 365 days, yeah. And then moment marketing, and then hero campaigns. How much will you do? And one full stop, 1 comma, somebody wrote a post copy. This is what happened to Ganguly also, right? The team wrote Misho and the post copy. This will happen. It's okay. I was on a panel discussion yesterday and somebody wrote the wrong description for one of the panelists. It was the other person's description. So it's okay. Mistakes will happen, right? It's fine. It's just that you need to bow down and say, sorry, it happened. It's manual. There are 24 hours and there's too many things on the block. What clients are not understanding is the remuneration is to the team. They'll come and say, boss, kar do paisa mein itna kaam. Sorry to use Hindi here, but itne paisa mein itna kaam kar do. Lekin they don't realize that kaam bahut hai. So the best way to handle different style of campaigns is also that if you have hygiene, give it to a certain team. Then get senior people who are working on hero and hub campaigns, right? Because if the person doesn't start 4 months before Diwali, he's going to convert another shit into a piece, right? So it is very, very important to say that, boss, you need such team size to manage everything effectively. Otherwise, please don't expect us to do everything. We are not gods. And please compensate it very importantly in the same way, right? So sorry, I used this time to answer all of you, but that was my thoughts.
But we feel your angst.
Hitesh, you're on mute. You've done this twice now.
I'm saying you have a question for Keegan.
Yes, Keegan, and in fact, I would like every one of you to answer. How do you deal with Gen Z in your office? Like, I genuinely, there are times in my life I would like to only work with millennials because hamari fatti thi apne boss se. There was a lot of ownership we had. There was something called as aankhon ki shram. We could not talk much, and there were also point that we were very it was not just like live a balanced life. We were also enough motivated to achieve what we had in life. But when we work with Gen Z, and specifically in my agency, I'm working with 500 people, and when I look at them, and if something happens, you have a nice resignation in your pocket. Here, thank you, it was great working with you. So how do you guys deal with Gen Z in your office?
So so this is going to take a lifetime to answer Shradha accurately. I also, I can write a book. I can write a couple of books. I used to head MTV before this, and it was coming from advertising. That culture was a culture shock. So I experienced Gen Z without the, let's say, advertising demeanor. I'd like to believe in advertising people still have a certain demeanor, which is, may I say, filtered, professional. MTV was roadies happening in the corridors, right? But no, it's hard, yeah. And they are, Gen Z are a certain kind of people, and it's true. But a little balance of acknowledging reality. That's a reality that's hard to acknowledge. And acknowledging this flesh and blood that is a certain kind, and one didn't need to acknowledge the reality if we didn't need the reality. I think hame bhi garaj hai. In these times of advertising, I'm going to be really brazen and say that I guess there are harder times. I guess we've all seen better times, right? There's so many avenues for creativity. It's about 40x compared to what I was, maybe 120x when I began, right? How do you deal with them? I guess, love and balance, and certainly can't speak to them and deal with them the way we were dealt with, right? I think that balance and that kind of controlled meeting out of how we deal with them. It's an art. It's an art.
And there's a Gen Z on your door.
So sorry for interrupting you, really.
I'm in a live interview.
Sorry for interrupting. Just can I take your speakers?
I'll bring it.
You'll bring it?
I'll bring it.
You'll come on your own?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, I know.
Yeah.
No, I understand, but you know what? It at times, like, what is happening? Like, you talk about health today. When you have a strength of 500 people organization, you hear somebody's death, you hear somebody's being sick. Like, I've heard news, somebody got TB, somebody got bedridden, somebody's family demise. But your work is not going to stop because the client is not going to hear all this. Okay? And you have to be equally respectful to what is happening in the user's background or your employee's background. How do you manage something like that, let's say Russell or Mukund, in your team?
I'm gonna at the risk of sounding extremely old, I'm gonna say that so I have two sons. One is 18, the other one is 15. They fall squarely in the Gen Z generation, and so I've had like experience dealing with this generation now for for coming on to 2 decades. So I think, see, I'll tell you I'll tell you one aspect that I feel is so important, right? And I'll circle back to that thought in a bit. One is that, and I think Keegan mentioned, we've the youth today have so many more options for creativity and expression of creativity than we had when we were growing up. I mean, I joined advertising in 1996, at which point of time, quite a few of the people who work with me were not born. And at that time, the avenues for creative expression legally were very few. The opportunities therefore are have multiplied. I think then, because of that, right, it's our responsibility as creative leaders, as industry leaders, to ensure that advertising continues to produce work that engages our people. The minute we start to produce suboptimal work, the options outside of our company exist, uh, in multiples of 10 uh, and more. So the responsibility for us to produce better work is not just for our own creative ambitions. It's because it's a retention strategy. It is a business strategy. It is so important for us. When, I've heard lots of senior people nodding their heads, and all the gray hair accompanying those nods, saying, why aren't we attracting the best talent? And I think a lot of the fault lies on the industry, because we're not producing the magic at the rate, at the level, at the quantity that we should be. And I think that one of the of course, like I said, I'll always, whenever I'm faced with a difficult question, I'll try and figure out what it is that I can change about myself in that situation, rather than how do I change somebody else. So I would say that the important lesson to learn is, are we producing, or the important question to ask is, are we producing work that is genuinely engaging our colleagues, the people who are working with us? Because if, trust me, no one's going to walk away from the most fun that they've had in their lives. They will stay engaged, they'll stay committed, they'll stay involved. It's when the work starts getting boring, and we are tasking them with extremely dull output, that disengagement happens, disenchantment will happen. And because the options are so many more than we've had, you have a resignation on your table before you can say, wait a minute, right? But yeah, and I think finally I would say, I'd use the word patience. One has to find vast amounts of patience, not just with the people you're dealing with, but with the situations themselves, and just hope that everybody else has patience with you, because
And hope clients have the same patience with us.
Correct.
I think this whole rat business of winning business, managing business, maintaining business with clients, and having patience internally is a big thing. But you know what? Apart from this advice, I would like to know, since you joined in '96, what's your skincare regime?
Yeah, to answer Keegan's question from earlier, lots of exercise.
Nice.
All right, I think we are falling short of time. We would just like to wrap up the session with probably one word of advice from you guys for young creatives on how to approach the festive marketing season. We could start with Mukund and probably end it with Keegan.
Try to do something new, right? Be bold. If it's done out there, don't try to copy it. Do something else. And don't be afraid to go wrong, right? Because there's enough people above you to say it's not right. But don't start with like, oh, is this right or wrong? Don't be afraid. Do what you think is right, right? And then things will fall in place.
Right. Shradha?
I think put 80% of your energy on the objective that you planned for the year. So now whether that was sales, preference, trials, awareness, engagement, then you do activity on that. 20%, I agree with what Mukund said. Put 20% of your budget into trying something really new. It fails, doesn't matter. But do that. Otherwise, you'll never be able to experiment.
Sir?
Yeah. I would say avoid conservatism. And there is an easy option. There is a this Diwali option. Avoid conservatism. If it feels like you've heard it before, you've probably heard it before. If it feels like it's something that you've seen, you've probably seen it. Look for freshness in your approach. It is there. Steal from life. Don't look at other festive ads, because it'll just be a version of that you'll produce. Steal from life. Steal from something, that a conversation you had with a relative. Steal from something that happened in your childhood. Steal from something your neighbor went through. Steal from life, and not from don't reference other ads, because you'll only be second best to the ad you've referenced, which is already far away from creating something new and fresh.
My answer is a combination of all these answers, and my answer is also I can see a lot of real Gen Z people here on this question list. So what I'll tell younger people is, be yourselves, and it's not just random pep talk. We need you guys to be yourselves. We older guys need Gen Z. So this is, and it might be motivating to some people who I think assume that we'll boringify you in a formal kind of a professional corporate setup or whatever. It's official that we need you to be yourselves, because so the leaders are older. The leaders might have been there, done that. The leaders are already decent filters and controllers. The client wants your ideas. The client doesn't want my ideas. I'm quite Gen Z in my heart. I've got to tell an idea and tell a lie that mera nahi tha, ye young bande ka hai. So it's official. Be yourselves. Courage. I think Russell made this point that finally, after so much tech, I also was wondering that tech is an old thing, and in the world, the heart ideas leading tech had already begun 10 years ago. And I'm wondering why it's taking so long in India. It's finally happening. The renaissance of the beautiful blend of creativity, quality creativity and tech, that beautiful balance is finally happening. So young people, don't filter it in your heads, because what we want is your precious, unfiltered personalities. It's official I'd like to believe, for all of us to come to the table with your courage, and that's what will make the difference. I think that's the flavor of the season, for work to have courage and stand out, more so in the context of clutter and clutter breaking. I think let Gen Z be Gen Z, be yourselves. And I think that's there's some kind of assumptions of are we considering you guys enough? Are we patient enough? Are we going to let you guys be yourselves? It's official, be yourselves.
Right. I think that's a great note to end the session on. Even I believe that Gen Zs need that kind of flexibility and that kind of focus in a workspace. Thank you, Keegan. Thank you, Mukund. Thank you, Shradha and Russell, for sparing our time for this one, though we had some interesting conversations apart from the subject, but I think that is something someone wrote that broke through the clutter in this conversation as well. So thanks a lot, guys, for doing
Thanks
this.
so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Thanks,
bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Moving ahead, the next panel, the Festive Marketing Media Playbook to Maximize Returns. I would like Hitesh to stay back for the next session to moderate it. So we have the speakers for this panel are Vandana Ramkrishna, Chief Operating Officer, Madison Media Ace, Ashok Shinde, VP at Media at Pivot Roots, Amaresh Godbole, CEO Digital Technology Publicis Group, Merlin Coutinho, Head of Marketing and Brand Solutions at Lemma. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks a lot. Hi, Amaresh, Ashok, Vandana, Merlin. How are you guys?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, good evening. Hi.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm doing good. How about everyone else?
You're doing well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I just realized I had the Publicis Group background on. They don't want this to turn into a plug. So
But that's okay. I mean, I think a lot of us use that.
no worries, no worries. I'm here now.
So I thanks a lot for making it to this session in the first place. I would quickly dive into the subject, so because we've started like about 5 minutes late. So I think over the last few years, the media landscape or the media consumption has changed a lot, and that calls for a change in how brands and advertisers need to look at media investments. So, like, if we could start with some insights on media consumption from your perspective, Vandana, and then others can also chip in from there.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everybody. So I think the only thing constant, I've been in advertising and media for over 20 years, and the only thing constant has been change, right? And everything that, and how you kind of adapt to this in an agile manner to this change is, what is really very important. So I think the consumer today, I don't think you can define the consumer very well because the entire journey for them is extremely convoluted in the way they're actually consuming media. Today, I think thanks to COVID and the fact, the accessibility to information being so easy today, the consumers constantly seeking information about a brand, product, looking at reviews, what is the price points that I have, where is it available, so on and so forth. And all this information obviously is coming, whether it's through or traditional, whether it's through digital, whether it's through influencer marketing, videos, whatever. So these after seeking when they're seeking this information so constantly, I don't think you can have a media plan or anything for this consumer journey which talks only using one particular media that is there, because the journey is so vast that is there. So what I'm saying is that it's very important for you to kind of activate the entire ACT funnel for you when you are doing anything in your marketing plans. That's extremely important. And I mean, even if you were to take some examples of recent past, all of us have seen the Flipkart big days or the Amazon Prime days, and if they were only featuring only on one particular thing and not activated the others, they would actually be giving a leeway to people like Meesho and Myntra to kind of take in their audiences at the same point in time. So I think that's what I think that's my point of view on something like this. I can't hear you.
I think I have to get used to this mute and mute thing. So, Amaresh, you have some more insights on media consumption in general. What kind of media consumers are looking at this point in time? Which of the media avenues are really fruitful for brands?
Yeah. So I think Vandana has covered quite a bit in what you already shared. But I think the two new avenues, right, which have really picked up, and I would say the last year from a scale perspective. One is, I think, voice. So voice has become a big channel today. I think we've crossed 100 million users on different kind of voice formats. And the second one, which he touched upon, is creators. Creators themselves are a media platform, right? So whether it's a YouTube channel of a creator, that's something that can be very interesting. And when we talk about it in a festive context, especially, right? So you're typically looking at doing three things during festive, which would be like, trying to get reach at scale, maybe some deep engagement and unique experiences, and then completing the transaction online by possible or by driving footfalls. And for the first objective of, reaching at scale, I think creators can be a very, very powerful medium in 2022, much more than they were even in 2020.
Ashok, you have something to add to that?
Yeah, sure. We see from the various reports that are coming out, there's a very high optimism when it comes to India as a market. So about 80% of people are of view that the financial condition will improve for themselves as an individual or as family. Looking at some of the omni-channel experiences that consumer these days expects, more than 50% of consumers who would be buying from you would probably want to have online touch point and offline touch point. And in many of the cases nowadays, and across many categories, we are seeing that the people who are looking for online only experience is now outweighing the offline only experiences for it. So brand needs to really recognize that, create that ecosystem where they are able to do both, or at least online for sure, right? And also, let's say out of 9 users, out of 9 out of 10 users who are buying things offline also currently are definitely researching what their products and services online, which is what Vandana also spoke about in some ways for it. Looking at specifically media consumption, I think Amaresh spoke about it. Influencers becoming, creator economy is becoming really impactful in this, and we have to take, we need to acknowledge that. Short video platform, which is a mix where actually you probably will find traces of creators and some of the videos coming in, and people are consuming content or content there for it. Online streaming is gaining a lot of traction, continues to gain across all formats, whether you're looking for sports, whether you're looking for entertainment and news, and also especially when if you look at last year, some of the content that really sees more engagement during festive time will be falling into category like your health and fitness, beauty, cooking, devotion. So those are the things that really starts to pick up when we're nearing the festival season. How is that brand can then look at actually being around that topics or creating something which is relatable could really become meaningful from a brand perspective for it. So I think that's pretty much how we do see currently things shaping from consumer trend in general and also the media consumption.
Hitesh, you're on mute.
Yeah, Merlin, I think Amaresh, Vandana, Ashok have covered the consumption trends at length. I would like to take the conversation ahead from trends to the point being like the business environment currently focuses a lot on performance, and I think this is the time to have a structured blueprint of sorts, or a structure which says that if you are doing ABC, then you're supposed to get this kind of performance, or these kind of matrix will move for your brand. So according to you, what are some of the fundamentals for a media blueprint, especially during the festive season, because the focus is on tangible outcomes?
Absolutely. So when let me start, like in digital, we are guilty of it. We always talk about performance, and automatically performance is, oh, it's going to be a purchase, oh, it's going to be a sale. So the definition of performance is tweaked to such an extent where it's like synonymous with just like, okay, performance equals sales. But I'd like to correct everybody here. Branding, performance, and performance in terms of sales, acquisition, all of this is a different definition of a kind. So you use different media to sort of attain those goals. And like the previous panel said, right, we know Diwali is going to be around October. Like the previous panel said, December is about Christmas, but why do we start all our planning just when it's looming around the corner, right? So you need to start with your upper funnel media strategies, have everything in place so that your lower funnel is prepared, they're conditioned, they can go ahead and make the purchase. But what we skip is we skip the first half, and then we are like, digital hai convert ho jayega, digital hai convert ho jayega. So that's one misconception. But however, a fundamental thing that everybody needs to add in today's day and age, and like the panel rightly touched upon, is the consumption. The media diet itself is more digital, where everybody, whether urban India or Bharat, everybody is on digital, right? So you cannot skip any of your digital media platforms, and it could be for any of your purposes, right from branding to performance. I think a fundamental strategy to use is omni-digital strategies, where you are giving seamless experiences to your clients, whether it is right from a digital out of home as a medium where you're scanning a QR code to finishing your purchase on a platform. I think that seamlessness and that entire ecosystem that everybody needs to be inside, you don't need to exit it, is sort of a fundamental thing that we need to include. That's my POV. I mean, please feel happy. I mean, please add in if I'm missing out on anything.
No, if I can jump in over here, Merlin just made a very interesting point, which was about the seamlessness of the experience, right? When you're talking about outcomes, people put a lot of burden on the ad which drives someone to a given platform. Right. But I've seen that oftentimes we end up making sure that the journey after the person has landed is not smooth enough. So to take a couple of examples, if you're going wide, you have to make sure that paying through GPay or a UPI app is as seamless as paying through a card. right? And oftentimes, or through net banking, because that's where you'll see a lot of drop-offs where people get frustrated because it's not optimized for it. The integrations are not done properly. Or, if, for example, your audience is on Insta, you don't necessarily need them to take them to your website, right? You can have an Insta store so that, you're not taking them out of their experience. And I think thinking through those things, make sure that that last mile transaction is taken care of very well. And it's not, the burden is not just on the performance ads, but also the experience that the customer gets at the end.
Absolutely, absolutely. And your media channel has just as much to play. Like you said, if you're using Instagram, then you make that experience, like optimize it to the fullest and don't sort of dilute that experience with 10 other steps. So it's not just the media or the ad, a lot of things, even processes sort of have to be, part of your fundamental strategy. Rightly said, Amaresh.
Ashok, Vandana, would you like to weigh in?
Sorry, over to you.
Yeah, Vandana, please go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I would say, looking at the trends that we were talking about, earlier. So it's imperative that brands are investing in a digital heavy media plans also. It needs to be in a sizable amount. It cannot be in a fraction of the budget that it used to be in maybe earlier days or maybe years back. If you want to make a significant dent to the consumer that you want to reach out to. Looking at digital only specific, sort of fundamentals that I will probably want to touch upon is, we know the e-commerce platform is a really great source of actually knowing your audience and being there when they're purchasing things. Or you could probably find proxies if you're not selling a product, but service that probably would lend you to the right user for it. Being present there is equally important. And look at all walled gardens that are there, maybe largely 3 of them at this point in time, how best you can really reach out to your user for it. Inclusion of influencer marketing tactics has to become a part of your festive plan this year for it. And then not to forget, while there are many advertisers who are digital first or probably who have been doing digital marketing, would probably always have some performance component running. But especially when you're doing large scale brand marketing campaigns digitally offline, do make sure that you're dialing up your performance campaigns too, so that it is able to absorb that increased traction that you might get from it. Over to you, Vandana, please.
Yeah, so I think Ashok has spoken a lot about, digital being very integral, because I think audiences are there, and definitely, and, Merlin, you did speak about the fact that top funnel is very, very important. So I really kind of like that, because a lot of times when you are bound by the final bottom funnel, as you say, a lot of focus and effort goes behind that bottom funnel without the checks and balances, whether it's the UPI working, whether what is the whole journey from the ad being served or the communication being served to the person to the end journey of the final acquisition. So a lot of times the steps go missing in that, and I think it's very key that clear, and this does take time. So you can't say festive marketing, I'm going to have Dussehra has my big campaign, and therefore I'm just going to brief everybody just 1 month from now and everybody needs to roll. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. And I think the previous panelists did talk about also the economies that are at play. For example, I think there was a mention of the war happening, and so should we be briefing in the month of April? I think it's always good to have a brief early in time and have like an 80-20, saying that 80% things are going to be fine and this is the plan that we roll, and there could be a 20% chance that it doesn't work. But most importantly, I think getting the full funnel planning is very, very important. I think we've been talking about ACT now also, I mentioned this in my earlier thing, and top funnel to bottom funnel, and this is actually also dependent on the categories that we talk about, right? So for example, in retail, one of the we work very extensively with retail, and very interestingly, we see that it's actually an 80-20 kind of a ratio of top funnel to bottom funnel, simply because there's a lot of trade in play. So we can't change it to saying that I will do only 20% on top funnel and have 80% bottom funnel, because finally people have to walk into the store for me, and I have to keep putting a lot of money on the top funnel to get the bottom funnel going. So I think we've kind of touched upon, and I tend to agree with a lot of views that is here.
So I think one thing I want to discuss, which Merlin mentioned about consumers of urban India and Bharat. think there has to be a very, very different approach to look at the consumers of Bharat in terms of, again, media investment specifically, or like the fundamentals remain the same, and like there is just a change in terms of the choice of platforms.
Can I start on this one?
Yeah, I think I asked.
Great. So my take on this, and so in my previous job at Google, there was a lot of discussion around reaching the wider India and so on. And I think the take that I have on this topic is, I mean, they're two different mindsets, but they're not two different audiences, right? I think sometimes when we talk about the wider Bharat, it's often done in a way where you're thinking that, okay, I need to, dumb things down or something. No, it's very smart people. All you need to do is make sure that you're delivering your message in a language that they understand, and probably on the platform that they're, on. Now, when you think about platforms also today, if you look at YouTube, for example, it's what, 450 million people or something like that. So it's almost as big as TV, right? So now, as long as you're serving ads in their local language, you're still going to get scale. So if you just follow that basic principle of, voice, video, and vernacular, and put it out by language, which is the vernacular component of it, I think you're pretty good. Earlier, it was actually harder because, you'd have to go and do your wall paintings and everything in order to reach that last mile. But today on their mobile phone, they're watching content that they enjoy, and all you have to do is just be part of it.
Right. Merlin.
Yeah. So Amaresh, I think he's covered all the points. I couldn't stop nodding when he was talking because those are absolutely the points that even I wanted to touch upon. It's just the language barrier. Sometimes you just got to speak in their language, not dumb it down like Amrish said. Speak to them. They're smart audiences. Like imagine Flipkart and Amazon every year with their big billion day or the Indian sale, right? The reports you will see majority of the sales are coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. So something's being done right in those cases, right? So it's digital that they are also on, and I think they just skipped one whole part where other mediums were trying to take place. Mobile and internet came in cheaper, and they just swept the entire media landscape for rural India also, if I may say so. It's just how we reach out to them, and I think Amrish put those points together very well. It's vernacular voice, and I think that works for them, and that's the strategy one could continue, even whether it's festive or any other form of marketing throughout the year.
And voice is an interesting one over there because even if you think about the audience, which is who cannot read, right? They understand languages. So as long as there's a voiceover somewhere, you're good. But even in cases where they cannot read, what they are leapfrogging and using voice as a means to interact with their mobile phone. So that becomes an important component over there.
I just probably would like to add a few points here. And one of the things where probably I have probably seen some differences myself. The different connotation of Bharat. Is it Bharat defined by user who are Indic language first user? Or secondly, is it Bharat defined by user who reside beyond tier 2 and cities? While I think we maybe because it will inform a lot of actually what the brand is expecting from these cohorts or these consumers to do for their business also. Maybe the insights might change. How lucrative that segment is may vary for different category for different brands too. While I think the personalization is the way to really engage with them, whether they are Indic first Bharat user or they are maybe say tier 2 defined beyond say Bharat user. The localization in terms of language and cultural nuances has will become an important element as to how brands do decide to engage with them for it. And in terms of platform, I'm sure there's an equivalent of every whether it's a social media equivalent of, let's say, in form of share chat, brands actually are there, whether there's Twitter equivalent, Coup, that's actually there for us, or maybe, the short form video equivalent for YouTube Shorts or for Instagram Reels. We have plethora of those, Moj, Chingari, and so on. So I think there are a lot of those platforms where brand can really focus their media investment if they're looking for Bharat as a user. Again, it might depend on how how is this has to be defined. A lot of reports do suggest no matter which segment you want to look at it by which definition, these are affluent user, they are spending, they are digital savvy user, and they are sort of could be right TG for a lot of categories, as long as long as you do have fulfillment or supply chain down to that the tier T and beyond cities for it.
And 350 million is actually a buying audience in India. So if you're able to reach the 350 to 450 million through a combination of everything, that was just spoken about by Ashok and Merlin, then you're good from a brand perspective.
Vandana, you have something to add to this? Vandana, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I just realized that I'm trying to be like Hitesh, right? Putting myself on and off on mute. I think the definition of Bharat definitely gets very mixed, I think, in terms of how it's been used. Some places in terms of, is it really so-called rural India? Is it really something, according to me, there could be a Bharat even in a Bombay, right? I mean, if I come from an integrated background, not the digital veterans like some of you are. So when we talk of an equivalent of that on television, an FTA channel, for example, is not necessarily something catering only to a rural audience, but it could be somebody staying in Vasai also. So defining who your Bharat is and who is that one person that you want to convert, I think that becomes very, very important. And finally, what are the levers to trigger all of them? I think the platforms have already in depth been covered by Ashok, so the opportunities are definitely there. How do you define your audiences and how you find, I think even the communication part and how you're communicating to them then plays a very critical role, especially in festive marketing, right? Because that is, the time is short, you have a lot of targets to meet, so that becomes very critical then on how you kind of bridge the gap there.
Just one more point before I think Hitesh maybe move to the next question. I think it was Merlin earlier who spoke about seamless experience. I think it's equally important when you look at these users, and a lot of these intervention needs to happen on the owned platform that brand has, let's say whether their website. It's not about maybe just changing a banner on the landing page or maybe having some random text that probably could be localized. It has to be, the throughout experience to purchase and beyond purchase, whether that can be really facilitated in the language that they prefer to, engage with you as a brand for it. So it would be really important to factor in and work toward deploying it.
It's an interesting conversation that Vandana started, and then I think each one of you have contributed to it in some sense or the other, saying that there is you can't really attribute the conversion or you can't really attribute performance to a single medium at this point in time. The approach is quite integrated. The consumer is also consuming different media at different touch points, and I think there is this marketing mix model that gives a structure to attribution, but by and large, people do call out flaws in that as well. So from your perspective, what is a better way to look at attribution across media platforms? And one more interesting conversation that has happened around connected TVs, which is giving integration in true sense and a capability to brand. So maybe Merlin, you could start and then others can join in.
Sure. So, like you said, every platform that we use has their own model to measure, right? Everybody wants to gain that buck. So, social media will say, "Hey, we got this for you," and some other medium, television, will say, "We got it for you." But there's no real way to know where exactly was the last touch point your consumer actually converted at. So that is still being refined and filtered. But I think digital is getting closer, where even Facebook and LinkedIn are doing your offline conversion models. They're giving you that attribution with your offline data as well. More so, I also come from the programmatic DOH industry, where we are coming up with a lot of measurable outcomes in terms of, we do BLS studies. So every channel in silos is offering you that attribution model, but aggregated, it's very, very difficult unless, it's purely digital. Yes, this came from Google, this from Facebook, and this from so-and-so platform. But a 360-degree, I don't think there is one single way to sort of give that attribution that Merlin converted because she saw this ad on so and so, you know. And when it comes to CTV, right, it's fairly nascent in India. It's being spoken about since forever. In fact, 2014, 2016, these conversations have been coming up, but it's only after COVID hit and the smart TV sales sprung up over the last 2 to 3 years is where CTV is now coming in full-fledged, where you want to use it for advertising. Of course, it has its own merits and limitations, but if you compare it to linear television, the reach, of course, is not satisfactory, and hence a lot of brands are sort of, restraining themselves from using the medium. However, saying that many brands are putting in the money. If you see now, whenever you put in your Prime or whatever, you are seeing ads all the time on CTV. So yes, it's picking up as a medium. And like the previous panel said, you got to be bold, you got to be brave, and we have very few brands who want to do that. They're like, let somebody else do it first, and then I'll join the bandwagon. So CTV is at the cusp of just exploring, but somebody else needs to do it first before I do it as a brand. And I think that is something brands need to change. So both CTV and other emerging media like programmatic DOH is also quite popular. It's picking up, but not to an extent where brands are going all out and taking up any emerging media format for that matter. So I think, attribution, like I said, I don't have one common point that will give you all the where your ad converted your consumer, and CTV and other emerging media at the cusp. Let others do it, we'll follow. The Western market and then us. So I think that's my 2 cents on this.
I really agree with Merlin strongly on this, where I think if you're doing only digital media, you can have pretty strong attribution. But if you have an integrated media mix, I mean, we all have different models where we do some level of analysis, but anyone who says that it's 100% accurate would be selling you snake oil, right? So one of the things that we've done for brands, and this was way back, in fact, this was for, I think, J&J back in the day, where, to get a sense of what impact things are having, what we did is, while launching in a certain market, we did a control. So we basically did only digital before the mainline campaign launched, so that we could measure the impact of digital and then measure the impact of what happened after the mainline campaign came in. So what it allows you to do is separate it out and see how the mix is working together, at least approximately.
Right. Ashok, Vandana.
Yeah, so Merlin, I kind of agree with what you say that, in terms of we need to try and test, obviously, and I don't think there are too many clients in the country, at least, who have that risk-taking appetite. Everybody wants answers. Tell me I put in this money and what is the sales, and I want it now. I'm not willing to experiment. I'm not willing to look at even sometimes learnings from the Western world or from other brands may not necessarily apply for me, because I think also this comes from the fact that many of the marketing heads and marketing companies, we've had people who come from a traditional journey and then come into digital and not willing to experiment on the whole thing. So when you have 100 rupees that is there, I think in the earlier panel also there was a talk about at least keeping 20% of your money on experimenting. I don't see people even putting 5% on experimentation, and then how do you get your learnings? So you can't say that what worked for a soap is going to work for retail and is going to work for somebody else. I think each category, each brand has its own learning curve and also has its own definition in terms of life stage. If it's a new brand, your learning curve is going to be very different from someone who's been here for 100 years, right? So I think that is very important, like you rightly said. And on connected TV, actually, I kind of tend to just believe that connected TV is actually taking over the role of something of linear TV, of probably the HD audiences, right? The HD audiences are probably the ones moving to connected TV, and not so sure of the measurability, because a lot of times clients tend to see connected TV is equal to somebody viewing it on the internet, and therefore what is the action the person's going to take. But the fact is, on connected TV, you can't take an action. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I can have a CTA button there and go click on it and expect the person to go through the whole journey of purchase. So this is actually still top funnel, and I think that's what a lot of advertisers will need to understand. But yes, it's the creme de la creme. It is supposed to be the premium audiences that we're talking about, and you use it in that particular manner. I mean, I think that's what I would have to say on this particular piece.
So maybe I'll probably talk about attribution first, perhaps. And the way we see the role of digital media combined with other medium, it might be not be there's no straight answer actually which medium is better than others, and often it's actually a team play. Yeah, so it's actually multiple touch points leading to an action that brand hopes for. Maybe a user sees an ad on television, he sees on YouTube, he probably goes to Facebook, he probably meets another ad, and eventually probably it comes on his own on the website also, or maybe walks into a store. But it is actually those 4, 5, or 6 exposure that drove him to make that eventual decision. And it's often needed that we look at holistically, and not look at maybe the last defined action, what prompted him, what was the last touch point before he went and performed that action. If it's a digital brand and they have only website or app, it will be maybe people coming directly, or maybe through search itself, or maybe for stores it could be different also. Maybe Google search probably led to that. So I think it's important that brands do look at it holistically, and we do help work with our brands closely in terms of creating that view. Within digital itself is complicated because you have walled gardens. You have to try and actually create that seamless view. Itself becomes difficult for it. Adding an offline component or other intervention, it just sort of makes it even more complex for it. But yeah, I think Amaresh, you spoke about media mix modeling, dark markets, control market, exposed market. I think that's actually a way to probably evolve and understand what's the template that's working for a brand. Coming to connected TV, it's really in a space that's seeing a lot of action. Currently, there are some close to 50 million connected TVs in India, and if you just add another layer of co-viewing, probably the number of viewers could probably really become sizable. And them being maybe, let's say, users who are connected TV, definitely prices have come down, but still could be look at actually NCCS A, B kind of users that you're reaching out to, and they are still an evolving space. A lot of platforms are experimenting with the way how they can measure engagement and how they can actually drive action. Vandana, as he was mentioning, so there's like YouTube has this function of maybe send this to my phone. So because your phone and your connected TVs are linked in somehow for it, so you can probably send a link to your phone and then probably complete your journey on another medium. So there are maybe people using scan code and asking them to get to it. So there could be some measurability. It's still an evolving space, and we probably could see a lot of improvement there for it. But yes, something that we need to, and all brands must look at actually experimenting with it, learning it at an early stage, and see how that works for the business.
So actually, the reason why I clubbed these two questions was I think that from a measurability perspective, connected TV is like a marriage of digital and linear TV, and I think that sort of is the future. Like if you have to have a marketing mix model which attributes which gives attribution from first click to the last mile, then there has to be an integration between the media platforms in itself. So that is where I think connected TV, I see it growing big in the coming times. So I think we'll wrap up the session with one last take from each one of you around. So I do understand that from a performance perspective, the focus is full funnel marketing, and the focus is to have a differentiated strategy across the funnel. So like if you guys can share your takeaways or your advice on like for brands on how to approach the full funnel marketing and like specifically from a festive perspective. So Vandana, we could start with you. Amaresh, you can then join and then others can have the conversation.
Yeah, okay. So I think something that we use here in Madison is, we've also spoken about it in this forum and in the last forum too, how reach, relevance, and response, which is the RRR model, it becomes very, very important to activate across the entire ECT funnel, right? I mean, if you say that just do 100% performance marketing, and this is obviously this is a point of view that we share from an integrated perspective, just putting 100% of your money on a performance marketing plan is probably a shot for failure. So you really need to ensure that you're activating everything, and in that 100 rupees budget, you at least keep about 10% of your budget for experiments to learn
in the period that you're active, and take your learnings forward. And if it's a failure, if you feel it's not worked, it's okay to move on, I think. So I would largely attribute this, and this is, I think, we've done over I think over more than 100 plus BLS studies. We've done over 40 plus MMMs that we've all spoken about. And these are learnings that come from that. Is typically we must look at about 50% top funnel, about 30% you should have something in the consideration bucket, about another 20% in your the final, the bottom funnel, so to say, and keep some money aside for your experimentation. So I think that's largely what I would like to leave, saying that this is very, very important for us to activate the entire thing rather than just focus only on one part of the funnel.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so when it comes to bottom funnel, I think we've spoken at length about making sure the experience after the ad also is, very, very seamless. When it comes to top funnel, I think even when you're planning media, never underestimate the power of an idea to influence the media decision. So for example, right now, if you're going to do, whatever percentage it may be, if you're going to spend it on top funnel and you want to encourage your clients to experiment, go in with a powerful idea. For instance, if Web3 metaverse is something that people are interested in right now. Can we use the metaverse to, a typical common theme during Diwali is connecting people who are separated by geography, right? So why can't you have an idea where, the metaverse can connect people who are separated by geography to actually come in and celebrate whatever Diwali or Christmas together? And something like that can get a client very excited. So a lot of the money you're spending on brand building, it's not just left at someone seeing an ad, but you can also get them to come and participate. So while 10x may see the ad, even if 1x of those come and engage with you, they have a deep, rich experience. Or the things that Cadbury's done over the last year, right? Where personalization of messages and so on. There's a lot of play, and an idea can really influence the media plan.
True. I think Vandana covered the entire strategy quite brilliantly in terms of how one needs to plan and spend, right? And to Amaresh's point, where he's saying explore things like the metaverse and gaming and OTT. Like from the very first question, circling back to where we started, right? What is what are the media trends and what is the consumer behavior? We obviously know digital is eating up the entire pie, like 6.5 hours, 7 hours of just social media consumption or digital media consumption. It's just, where is your audience resting at? Is it on OTT? Is it your reels? Is it your YouTube shorts? Okay, so that's where you need to identify your platforms. I think identifying where your audiences are and then mapping it to your funnel is also important. What happens is we're just so focused, this is awareness, so we're going to do everything in this format, and this is this. We forget to take consumer behavior or insights into consideration and marry it to our strategy and funnel. So it's not just media and it's not just what we know. It's something we need to go beyond and sort of use those consumer insights so we have better output. And this comes very handy, especially in the festive season, because it's all about breaking the clutter, right? So how exactly are you going to do that? You need to know who you want to talk to and how you want it. So I think that's where I'd like to end it at. Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at today's, most of walled gardens have really evolved, and many advertising platforms that currently are enabling you to reach out digital, your user in digital medium. It's very seamless for you to deploy a full funnel approach. Yeah? Whether you're looking at user who is in unaware stage, user who's aware, user who's inclined to maybe consider your product, or who have actually purchased or in a repurchase phase. It can be beautifully defined. It can be seamlessly executed across different marketing channels that exist digitally for it. But I think it's important to also note, and I think Vandana at the initial stage spoke about it. Consumers are actually, they could be shifting back and forth between different phases also. Let's say from aware, they might become, let's say they could go directly to fulfill, yeah, because it's no longer linear journey that we follow, as a consumer. Or maybe, once they have purchased, they might still again go into re-evaluation phase about different brand, and you need to be there in front of them when that instance happens for it. Yeah? So I think brands need to actively assume that their current customer base also needs to be tapped sufficiently with a full funnel in some way or view for it. And hence it's also important for them to have a strong defense plan in place, which is people whom you know deterministically are transacting with you or have been your customer, how do you really gonna, ensure that they're not gonna probably be going to your competition way? Having a digitally strong plan focusing on those customer segment is going to be equally important. And given like any other festive season, I'm assuming it will be competitive. It will be cluttered environment. There will be a lot of brands targeting each consumer. So you need to be make sure that your customers are being protected and they are seeing you sufficiently well. And also in while full funnel is important, I think to some extent what Merlin you mentioned about it also has to be the media touch point inclusive. That's an important consideration. Yeah, full funnel, media touch point inclusive, media principle sufficient planning, and also audience focus. Yeah, because there could be an n number of people you can go after. But can you, as a brand, want to identify only one or two segments that you really need to be, really nurtured or we need to focus on? Because they spreading ourselves or our media activation too thinly across customer cohort is also not going to be right for it. So those would be my thoughts when it comes to, while full funnel marketing is important, but it has to be media touchpoint inclusive. It has to be audience focused, and yes, we have to look at actually tapping them across different touch points to make sure that actually we are nurturing them and bringing them home, or in terms of making them to buy from us or avail our services.
I know I did mention that like this is the last question, but I thought I will just end it with like probably one question that I'd missed on while talking. Like, is there a, like, if you guys could mention in one word or a line, like a hidden gem in terms of media investment, something that is really underutilized or not being spoken about as much, but like you don't have to explain it as much, but like just in one word or a line that this is a hidden gem when it comes to media investments during the festive season specifically. Amaresh, you could start.
Geofencing of shopping areas, use it smartly, and YouTube creator channels, they have packages for festive seasons, use those smartly.
Merlin?
Yeah, so I'm going to be a little biased on this because I come from the field of programmatic DOH. So please do try it, because programmatic DOH has evolved immensely in India. There are multiple screens, and the impact that lands with the sheer size of that screen is something all digital brands also need to explore. It's no longer only an offline medium. And post-COVID, the newfound appreciation for outdoors is immense, right? Everybody's traveling, everybody's shopping, everybody's out, because 2 years that you spent inside were just, so it's everything. Like the appreciation for outdoors has increased immensely, and hence the platform is also equally effective. So I think programmatic DOH is something, a hidden gem that most brands need to explore, because it offers innovation, impact, and reach altogether.
Ashok?
I would say one Gen Z audience segment, which is often neglected, but it could have a lot of potential, should be explored. And connected TV, which we have spoken in length, could be one of the maybe early finds for some of the brands.
I think the panel out here has covered most of the avenues, but just one point that I had to put was having your communication basis the platform that you're serving becomes very critical, because a lot of times advertisers tend to take one TVC and put it across, and I don't think that's the best utilization of platforms. So I think it's not a hidden gem from a media perspective, but I think more from an effective I think you really need to inbuild that within the way you are laying out your proposition or whatever that you're intending to do with being present during the festive period. So I think that's very important according to me.
Thank you, Vandana. Thank you, Ashok, Merlin, and Amaresh for sparing our time for this. I had a good time doing this chat. I hope you guys also enjoyed.
Pleasure.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you all.
Yeah. So, bye.
Bye.
That was such an that was such an insightful session. Moving ahead, we'll have the next session would be decoding the blueprint to win on e-commerce in the festive season. I would like to invite Vishal Jacob, Chief Transformation Officer and Chief Digital Officer from Wavemaker India.
Hi Vishal, how are you?
Hi Nilesh. How are you doing?
Great, great.
Am I audible? Yeah, I guess I am. So, yeah.
Yes. So Vishal, like I'm really excited about this chat because I've been meaning to interact with you for quite some time, but things didn't work out. So I'll quickly dive into the subject so that the audience is also engaged with that.
Sure.
So I think e-commerce as a touch point is still, I won't say underutilized, but there is a lot more to do. There is a lot more optimization that brands and businesses can do with e-commerce. And I think a report from Redseer has also mentioned that how sales from e-commerce are expected to rise by about 28% in this year. And in general, there is a lot brands are looking forward to from an e-commerce perspective. So I want to understand from you, what are these projections? Like, what do these projections mean for brands and businesses? And like whether e-commerce is a touch point which, according to you, is it underutilized? Is it over optimized? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I also did read that report. And in fact, a couple of days back, I think Money Control had also sent out a similar kind of a number. I was having a chat with some of my colleagues and ex-colleagues rather, some of my friends in the industry. And if you do a day-to-day comparison between last year and this year, on an average, the growth has been about 10 to 12%, right? From a GMV perspective. Smartphones is the number one category, right? And that's grown quite significantly from an overall sales perspective if you compare it from last year to this year. So the growth has been good, yeah, from a sales perspective and from a festive period, right? And if you were to ask me what's the impact on brands, I mean, there are three types of brands that I see, right? One is a brand that's really not on commerce right now. And for them, it's about dipping their toes into commerce, and they're open to the possibilities of this might be a very great distribution channel to them, and they're therefore trying to experiment and see how is it that they can explore or expand their distribution mechanisms through e-commerce, right? Then there are the second ones who've already started their journey on e-commerce essentially, but what they realize essentially is that this is becoming a very pivotal part of their business, right? And more of their business is actually growing through this commerce essentially. And therefore, for them, it's a struggle about trying to reorient the entire organization to start thinking commerce, because it's a very difficult thing, right? You need to start looking at e-commerce at the center of your organization. The way you strategize your marketing initiatives, the way you look at people, the talent that you acquire, the agility at which you respond back, and so on and so forth, is a lot more difficult, compared to the traditional norms of marketing as such, right? So for them, it's about organizational change and ensuring that basically that more commerce driven. So that's the change that we're seeing in some of these companies. And the third ones are the ones that are, purely largely leading the commerce narrative as such, right? And I think for them, the change over there essentially is that they're looking at the festive period as a good catchment area for getting new customers on board. So this is the time of the year where you increase your share of voice, you ensure that you get in the maximum number of consumers, and then you harvest them across the entire year, right? So that's a interesting way, and three different strategies that we're seeing across the board basically. But one thing, like you mentioned, is really clear that e-commerce is definitely becoming a really strong area of, and the entire, a lot of organizations have really put a spotlight on that, and that's something that they'll be wanting to focus on in time to come.
Like, so it is this same report, and I think in general, a lot of sentiment that is there in media and advertising circles is that this new wave of growth across digital platform is coming not from urban and tier 1 markets, it's coming from tier 2 and tier 3 markets. And the consumer of Bharat, as the definition has been shaping up, is very different from, say, the consumer of urban India. So, like, how do you suggest brands should, like, brands and e-commerce brands specifically should approach the consumers of Bharat? Is there a differentiated strategy in place, or it is just the tweaking of media platforms which are more consumed in those areas?
I think it's a mix of both, if you ask me. So one, obviously, when you're looking at penetrating a certain kind of market, essentially you look at which geographies you want to penetrate, and basically you take an audience first approach, right? So once you've identified the markets that you want to penetrate or you want to grow, essentially, and if you're seeing a promise in a few markets that you aren't currently there, then you probably want to look at the kind of audiences that are there in that specific market. And then you look at the platform. So it's not necessarily a platform-centric approach, it's more of an audience-centric approach. And I think one big differentiator that we're seeing right now is that once you've decided on the audience that you want to run after, and there are various ways in which you can segment some of these audiences, right? And once you've decided the audience that you want to really run after, you look at the value proposition, right? So I think the value proposition is a very critical element over here. Sorry, Hitesh, your camera's gone off, so I'm not sure if you're there, but essentially, the larger point being, if there is once you've identified the kind of audiences and the kind of geographies that you want to kind of penetrate towards, then automatically you get the value proposition right, and then obviously the platforms will fall in place. So I think the story, essentially, if I can just put it in a nutshell, is the way you look at audiences into platforms, into geographies, into your value proposition. If you can get this current mix right, then I think you've got a good way to get to the tier 2 markets as such.
I think there's one question in comments which is interesting, and like it's different from what we are talking about. It's saying that with offline retail taking off this year, is it a good time to invest in e-commerce? Vishal, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, with offline retail taking off this year, see, I think it really depends on brand to brand, right? I mean, look at it this way. I mean, what's the opportunity cost that you would have if you don't invest in e-commerce, right? So I think one thing is for certain, right? I mean, if you look at the trajectory for commerce, right, it's going to be a $350 billion industry in 2030, and it's started to be somewhere around 65 to 80 billion dollars right now, depending on which report you read, right? So definitely, there's a huge growth trajectory that's out there, right? That's one. Second thing, if you look at the kind of audiences, we've seen a huge amount of growth in the set of audiences, right? So some reports claim close to 350 million people are commerce ready, essentially, isn't it? So when you look at it from that lens, it's an opportunity that if you're not really on e-commerce, then the chances are that you probably would miss out on a lot of opportunities over there, and therefore the competition will obviously be there, right? So I don't think it's an option where you have to think about offline versus e-commerce. I think it's a matter of how you optimize your resources to address both. Yeah.
Right. So coming back to the topic of e-commerce, I think there is a massive happy consumer sentiment that is usually there during the festive season, and then there is this huge potential, like you mentioned, with e-commerce, which is, in my opinion, like apart from your top brands, is quite underutilized with a lot of businesses. That leads to a lot of clutter in general. I think there is a lot of content which is created there, like across all media avenues. There is so much content which is being served, so much ads which are being served. So how do you suggest advertisers and marketers can break through the clutter, and like what are some of the essentials of doing that?
Right. So we did put up a report on this, essentially, and I think we'd boil it down into three core areas here. One is the entire piece around micro segmentation, right? I think that's a very critical element. I think even the previous panel talked and touched upon this, essentially, right? How well you segment your audiences goes a very long way, essentially, right? So if you look at what we essentially do at our end, is we look at signals coming in from purchase behavior, right? And we've got tools like an Audience Galaxy tool, which, for instance, looks at the shopping behavior that are currently there. So just to give you an example, for one of the clients that we were working on, right, which is actually into deodorants. So when we did a shopping basket analysis, we realized essentially that people who buy sports equipments are the ones who are most likely to adopt into this thing. So that's something that you not necessarily correlate with an immediate effect, right? But when you look at shopping basket behavior, essentially, you know which are the ancillary categories that you run after, right? So the way you segment your audiences by geography, by shopping behavior, by affinity, and so on and so forth goes a very long way. There is an argument that if you go too detailed into segmentation, essentially, there is a possibility that it might become very expensive to reach out to this audience. But when we did the test at our end, essentially, we found that the expense to reach out to this audience really overrides when it comes to the kind of returns that you get from advertising spends, right? So from that, I think one is how well you segment your audience, and secondly, how well you kind of create value propositions for each of these segments, and that makes a huge difference in terms of the return that you can probably expect, right? I think the third aspect over here, once you've got the creatives in place, and once you've got the tests that you've done, and once you've got the current segments in place, then there is this pre-festive and post-festive planning that one needs to do, right? Because actually, if you look at it, how people go about their shopping behavior online is you do a lot of research pre-festive, and also and you really make the purchase. So the decision making really happens in the pre-festive period, and the festive period is when you look at the best deals that are currently there, and you actually pay for it essentially, right? So from a marketing standpoint, I think you need to have a clear, decisive strategy for the pre-festive period, where you look at ancillary categories that you want to run after, look at your core set of audiences that you currently there, sit on your first party data and kind of leverage that to a large extent to create lookalike audiences and so on and so forth. And then during the festive period, obviously you would kind of play the price point communication and get the exact communication right, the value proposition right to attract your audiences. I think that's the way you play this thing. So three things: one is micro segmentation part, second thing, getting the value proposition and your creatives right, and third essentially is the entire piece around getting the strategy right as far as the pre-festive and the post-festive is concerned, or festive period is concerned. Yeah.
And I think drawing from something the other panel was also speaking about, how creators have become a very important element to a brand's media mix over the last few years, and how they also have potential to drive metrics across the funnel. So my question to you is how do you see live in social commerce shaping up? I think in the West, the concept had arrived a bit earlier, and there the idea of TVC commerce or TV commerce was also there. In India, it came and it died. But how do you see live in social commerce shaping up in India, and do you see a potential of creator-led commerce, or creators creating their own D2C brands and competing with mainstream brands?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question that you raised, Desh. I mean, this is something which, if you look at Southeast Asia, this has really taken off really fast, very quick, and it's one of the fastest growing, pieces of the entire digital AdX, right? But in India, the growth has been fairly slow, to be honest, right? And I think there are multiple reasons for this. So one obviously, when you look at social commerce, there are multiple legs to it, and like you rightly mentioned, live commerce is one element to it. There is also conversational commerce that is someone would classify that as part of social commerce. The entire social ads, which are commerce driven, some people say that that's also social commerce. The WhatsApp for business, that's also supposed to be social commerce, and so on and so forth. And influencers, using influencers to drive commerce, that's also social commerce. So the way we've structured our entire narrative around social commerce in the country right now is there's no standardized way of looking at social commerce as such, right? That's one thing. So when it comes to live commerce specifically, the question that you essentially raised, right? I think if you look at the creator economy as of now, the creators that are currently there, all of them are more happy working on post edits, right? So you'd want to create multiple takes of your videos and then post it online, and then get the likes and comments and shares. And most of the influencers are comfortable with that. So when it comes to live commerce, there is no take. It's live as it is, right? So the supply for some of these. Some of the talent who can do this kind of live shopping essentially isn't really there. I think the platforms are trying to fix that right now. So the supply from an infrastructural standpoint isn't really there to get the ball rolling as fast as one would like it. The second part of it is the consumer behavior, right? I think that would change over a period of time, but at this point in time, consumers aren't exposed to that quality content at this point in time, right? So as a result of which, when I'm looking to shop for something, maybe I would be interested in something which is far more educational in nature. But theatrics is something which I would not necessarily be keen on, right? So the fine balance of promoting a product with the right kind of content, with the right kind of education is the need of the hour, and there isn't too much of that right now. That's one of the biggest barriers why we're not necessarily seeing the adoption as fast as we should ideally be seeing it, right? So that's a challenge, Hitesh, for live commerce specifically.
Do you think even brands are looking for proof of the pudding before like getting into it full on? There are just handful of
Yeah, exactly. So that's also a challenge to some extent, right? So when you look at the current ways of working, for instance, right, you would be engaging with an influencer for the kind of work that he would be doing, like putting out a post and ensuring that basically he creates awareness about your product or your offer and so on and so forth. But when you change the model to I will pay you only if my product sells, then it's something which becomes a huge barrier as such. Yeah. So a lot of the influencers are not necessarily wanting to work on a model of that sort, right? So somewhere the balance between the two of figuring out what really works for you, what doesn't really work for you is something which needs to get sorted. And the analytics also plays a very critical role, because you can attribute it like on a last click kind of a thing, but there is the software aspect also of it, right? So one is basically how much sales has happened, but second is how much influence have you actually managed to create, which is a software aspect. There might not be a direct way to attribute that part or measure that part, right? So some of these things are still a question mark in the industry right now, and I think we're trying to solve for that.
So, and what is the future you foresee for creator-led D2C brands? Like, creators have massive engagement on their and on the content that they create. The degree of influence that they would have on their audience is also supreme. Like, if there is an audience, like a creator who has like a loyal audience, there is a very high chance that, like, if the creator is selling a product to them, and there are plenty of use cases, but probably in silo, that say a creator is selling courses, a creator is selling a range of certain products. So you think creator-led D2C brands can at any point in time compete with like your funded D2C brands or funded e-commerce brands?
Yeah, again, a very interesting question, and there's a lot of hypotheses and theories around this, to be honest, right? So one theory essentially is that if you look at the way marketing is currently done today, you build a brand essentially by having a high share of voice, right? So in your category, if you shout the most and if you're the most visible, the chances are that your brand will be very visible and the recall for your brand will be very high. The new age thinking around over here essentially is that the way people perceive you and the kind of comments and shares and basically the kind of how do you put that, the kind of cloud that your product or your service essentially has, and the way people perceive you is a way of building a brand, right? So when you look at the second philosophy, basically you build a brand which is product out and not marketing out, essentially, right? So you build a superior product experience, and that is in a way itself is a way of building brand. For brands who who buy into that kind of a philosophy, I think content plays a very, very critical role over there, right? And they obviously will be looking at, and a lot of the D2C brands, like you rightly mentioned, subscribe to that philosophy, right? So I will create a very superior experience and ensure that my experience is then talked about by the best of influencers, by the consumers, and I will look at every single comment and share that's out there in the marketplace, and I'll try and address every single one of them and ensure that there are positive comments all about me, and that in a way is a way of building a brand, right? So to answer your question, essentially, I think there will be two types of marketers: one who believe in the traditional share of voice and wanted to go down that route, and there's a second philosophy about trying to build a brand through conversations. And I think that there is merit in both, to be honest. I think a fine balance between the two is the right way to go about. But I think to your point, definitely there is a promise for the two.
And like coming back to the idea of winning people, like winning consumers on e-commerce, like what are some of the overutilized media avenues and what are some of the underappreciated media avenues that you've seen from a brand perspective? Like these are the brand investments that are like overutilized and these are some which are underappreciated.
I saw you ask the same question in the previous panel also. Really, to be honest, like I'm not a very big fan of this underutilized versus overutilized kind of a thing, because if you look at it essentially, right, every single touch point can be utilized in the right way, right? So I think if you look at search, for instance, you could argue that basically, it's overutilized if you cross a certain threshold, and it doesn't give you the returns as such. But you could also argue that essentially that if you're not utilizing the ancillary categories that you should ideally be on, then obviously it's underutilized, right? So every single touch point can be underutilized or overutilized, to be honest. That's my first premise. The second point I want to make is that there are certain marketing tactics, that one can look at, for instance, leveraging your own first party data. And the way people are currently leveraging it at this point in time is largely through CRM, right? You send out SMSs, mailers, WhatsApp messages, and so on and so forth to engage with your loyal base essentially. But there is the other aspect of it of how you utilize your first party data for media activation. And I think that part is very underutilized. And what we have seen is when you leverage your existing data across other media touch points, and then I think there are multiple use cases in the way you can utilize that. And when it's a simple use case is basically creating lookalike of the people who you already currently have, right? And when you do that, there's a lot of efficiency in which you drive through all your media activation. I think that's one sweet spot which is really, really underutilized at this point in time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And like, so lastly, like, is there a healthy media mix or a framework that any business who's trying to explore e-commerce, who's trying to make the most of e-commerce during this season or even through the year, is there a framework that you would recommend to brands?
Yeah, I think if I were just at the risk of oversimplifying the entire e-commerce piece, right, I would say there are three core aspects over here. One is basically the entire discovery part, and discovery happens at two levels, right? One, through all the organic interventions that you can do to make your product be discoverable, across the marketplace, or whether it's your own D2C site, right? And so that one is aspect. So discoverability from an organic and from a paid means is a very critical part, and there are multiple ways in which you can look at the interchange between organic and paid, right? And I think the play is very vast, to be honest, and multiple tactics that you can actually do. But the whole point I'm saying is that one is the discovery. How do you make your product far more discoverable? The second essentially is the delight part of it. So that's the second D, if I may say so. Creating superlative experiences. And I think every single D2C player right now is trying to focus on that. How do I create the best experience, product experience that someone can experience? And then therefore, how do I leverage that how do I make my consumers my advocates, essentially, right? So marketing to your existing consumers through a superlative experience. So that's a very interesting one. And the third D is basically creating demand generation, right? Scaling up your entire business, basically. So if I look at it, there are three Ds that I currently see. One is discovery, the other one is delight, and the third one is demand. And if you look at the demand part of it, again, there are multiple tactics on how do you scale up your existing business, right? There are growth hacking tactics and so on and so forth. But largely put, it's cyclical in nature. So the better discovery you create, and you lead to hopefully creating better delight, and the delight will create more demand, and so on. And then therefore that will create more discovery for you, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So that's a cyclical way of creating a good e-com approach, if I may say so.
Right. So like, at the cost of sounding repetitive, I think it's very difficult to simplify things. So if you've done that, then that is, I think, a great takeaway for our audience. Are you open to a couple of questions from the comments, or like we could wrap it up with some closing thoughts from your end?
Yeah, I think there's one question on the iOS part. I just looked at that basically. So I think one way to solve for this is, Facebook is coming up with solves for it, right? So the server-to-server integration that we currently sit on is an interesting way to solve for the IOC privacy. So Facebook conversion APIs are some ways that one can look at. So that's the answer to that question, short answer. But apart from that, there's a lot of analytics that we can do. So one of the problems that we were trying to solve for essentially is that when you drive traffic onto an e-commerce platform, we don't necessarily know the attribution to it. So if I'm driving traffic from YouTube, for instance, or from any display network as such onto an Amazon or onto Flipkart, we don't know the attribution of that, right? What impact has it actually made, essentially? So we use analytical models, and it could be something as simple as MMM, for instance, to figure out what has been the impact of that, because it's a black box at the end of the day, and then wall gardens are going to be there, so there's not much that we can do from that lens. Yeah.
So like, while you're speaking about Amazon and Flipkart, would you recommend Amazon advertising and Flipkart advertising for a business that is new in the space and is not really, like, doesn't have a brand value, so to say, but they are just entering the market?
Yeah, no. So I mean, look at it this way, right? I mean, if you were to walk into a retail store, you had the real estate that you can optimize to a good extent, isn't it? Because you have a lot of places, and if you manage to place your product in a very prominent place, chances are that it will be discovered. But the real estate on Amazon and Flipkart is very limited, isn't it? So the only unless you are there on intent categories and high intent categories, and if you manage to get there due to a certain price point, and the way you kind of your pricing is accurate, your headline is accurate, and your product display page is very attractive, then probably you might make a difference. So then if you can smartly manage the reviews that are currently happening, whether the chances are it. But beyond that, if you look at optimizing yourself for scale and for growth, then you have to be present over there from an ads perspective. So that's the interesting part, right? So a lot of the discovery and a lot of the decision making happens in the marketplace. You discover products on the marketplace, and the only way you can actually probably eat into the competitive share essentially is through advertising. Yeah. So the short answer is yes, you have to.
So any closing thoughts, Vishal, from your end on the subject, or we could wrap up the session?
Yeah. I've said it all. I think e-commerce is promising. Yeah, it's a very promising area, and I don't think one should look at it purely from a lens of media. It's a business channel nonetheless. So look at it from a lens of distribution, and therefore how do we grow scale business basically. And I think that's the way we are looking at it, at least. So if you look at our team and if you look at the way we're structured, also it's about how do we help our clients grow their business through commerce as such. And I think when you look at it from that lens, there's a lot more to explore, and I think it's very, very exciting times ahead.
Great. Thank you, Vishal. Thanks a lot for sparing our time for this. I think the audience would have a lot of takeaways from the session, and that was the intent of putting this together. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me, Nilesh. Thank you.
So moving ahead to the next session, we have Festive Marketing IPs, the art of selling the sale. And for this session, I would like to invite Nilesh Gupta, Senior Director Growth at Meesho, and Sowmya Iyer, Founder and CEO, Devio Digital.
One second, I'll just change my background.
Hi, Nilesh. How are you? Hi, Sowmya.
Hi.
Hi, Hitesh.
You have a unique setup with both of us sitting on the same table.
Right. I got to know that very recently, and I was like, how did this happen in the first place? But yeah, but great to know that I accidentally put together a panel that has the client and the agency on the same.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad it worked out like this.
Right. So how are you guys doing? How's the weather in Bangalore at this point?
You want to answer that?
You should comment on the weather.
Coming from Pune, I think Pune has better weather, but I guess Bangalore is not too bad either. Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, luckily it isn't raining, so it's a respite. Otherwise, this flyover was the one which made all the news a couple of weeks back.
This one, huh?
Yeah, just very close to this office.
Right. So I think I'll dive on to the subject. Like the point of putting together this session was to understand how brands are putting together festive marketing IPs, and what does that translate into, and what goes behind even building and scaling IPs year on year. I think Meesho has put together a great IP recently, though it was in news for all the different reasons as well. But in general, the IP has resulted, and
I said reasons. I mean, what a spin, right? So.
I mean, I'm saying that's what, the IP has been in conversation for all the reasons. And I think I want to go, probably ask you, Nilesh, first as to how was the process of putting together this IP in place, and how do you think this IP is helping you achieve more as an e-commerce player?
Sure, Hitesh. Thank you, and thanks a lot for inviting. And glad to be doing this with Sowmya. So also makes for a full holistic perspective rather than just a brand talking about hey ABC. So would be great to keep if you could keep pitching in.
Sure.
So I would say, Hitesh, starting with, we are still very early in the festive journey. Being very, very honest, this is our second year of doing a sale. First year it was just pure madness. We had just assembled a branding team, and within a month, we actually launched our first festive campaign, which was again, which set our own personal records. And we learned so much from what worked and what didn't, which we tried to put together for this particular year. So I would say we still haven't exactly finalized an IP. Like last year, we had a Mahadivali sale. This year, it is a mega blockbuster sale, and we're still learning, working through it. However, some of the learnings that really helped us in this sale was, I think, one, a sale, while it is important to have a communication strategy to get people to your platform, given it becomes so competitive in the limited 4 to 5 day window, it can't take away from your core value proposition and what you stand for. So which is what we were very, very sure about. We know our mission is to democratize e-commerce. Everybody in the company is rallied around that goal. And hence, we are her Indian ka apna market. So we didn't want to lose the market flavor at all, right? We wanted to take it out that, hey, this, your neighborhood market, but at India scale, with much better prices and a layer of trust, is going on sale, right? So that market word was very, very important for us. And while this particular thing goes on sale, so it's almost like your core plus some kind of novelty. And that novelty, what we wanted to introduce was, hey, everybody says we use celebs for ABC, right? Like ABC celeb saying, I've bought this particular thing, check out the prices, etc. So people have seen them as consumers, but our conversations with consumers made it apparent that it's not very believable. So we wanted to also leverage celebs in a way that it's very innovative, and we gave a spin of them becoming sellers on the platform, because that's our eventual goal, right? Like, really want to democratize, get small sellers a platform to sell. So we really thought that these two, the merging of these two is great. And probably the last thing that we wanted to again be clear about was, while a lot of platforms are about having big brands go on deep discounts,
correct,
we are an everyday low price platform.
Correct.
So it's not like, while sales do have the best prices of the year for us, we are not the ones who tell you 90% off, minimum 80% off, etc. We are someone who are everyday cheap.
Correct.
But today we are the cheapest because all our sellers want to join in the festivities. And hence, I think instead of big brands going on deep discounts, we are about your local market is at its best today. New, best, cheap.
Variety.
Exactly. So those were some of the thought process. I'll probably pause, otherwise it becomes a monologue.
No, it's interesting to hear what goes behind something like this. So, I did speak about how the IP was trending for some different reasons, but I really liked how the campaign was put together. Even the teaser of having each of those celebs putting out something and then them coming together for an ad piece, which I think was not really seen in that light later. But coming to you, Sowmya, like Nilesh mentioned that there are every other e-commerce player or every other e-commerce retailer at this point in time is coming up with a festive marketing IP, and like some of them have a legacy of certain number of years. So as a brand like Meesho, who had like second year of creating a sale or an IP around the occasion, what was your strat to sort of help them break through the clutter? And what is your take on breaking through the clutter in general for IPs of this sort?
Sure. So I think it's interesting to sort of continue the Meesho conversation, right? Now, from an IP or a sale perspective, Hitesh, I think the first thing to crack to break through all the clutter is the communication construct and storytelling. Okay. So that was sort of really a hook, I mean, one of the things that we've been working on is the communication construct around the local market. Right. So now a sale is a sale is a sale is a sale. I mean, at the end of the day, and we are almost really going into the sales season where everybody else is going to the sales season. So our shift, or the way we were thinking about the sale, or how anyway, all brands should think about sale, is that it is not the festive sale campaign that you're working on. Okay. It is your single most important brand building opportunity. Yeah. So beyond the sale, the idea was to really see how can we create the experience of the brand, which is consistent with the brand narrative, which is where, while there were some very sharp call outs in terms of course, festive sale campaign, hame bolna tha ki it's local bazaar, your local bazaar, right? What do you get? Why do you go into a local bazaar, right? You have the best variety in the local bazaar, right? You have the rarest finds, which you're able to go and then tom to your friends. So we wanted to bring really that experience of the local bazaar during the sale for our customers, which was sort of our, strategy to break through the clutter. And if any brand for that matter, focuses not on the sale, but focuses on creating the experience of the brand itself, through 360-degree touch point, I think they will be able to achieve that breakthrough from the clutter during the sale season. So that's what we're doing. And we will continue to do that throughout the season.
Communication strategy is one thing that I think both of you have shared good insights on. Nilesh, how I think you also lead the growth portfolio for Meesho. So from a growth perspective, how do you make sure that apart from communication, there is the right mix of media that goes into creating and scaling an IP of this sort? Because I've been following, I think, with its posts a lot on LinkedIn, wherein there is a chatter around the number of orders that the sale every day is generating. So there is a machinery or a math that goes behind it on a daily basis as well. So what's that strategy that you've taken from a media perspective to drive incremental orders for the sellers that you have?
Absolutely. No, I think
we should start with congratulating the Meesho team. They've had record-breaking sale this year. So
thank you. Thanks a lot.
If you can reveal numbers, please go ahead. But they've really had brilliant numbers coming in.
The numbers are in public, right? I think I saw Vidit's post the other day.
Yes.
Yes. The first day we did around 87 lakh orders, which was our highest day ever. It is almost an 80% jump year on year. So it's fantastic. And the great thing that Sowmya and I were chatting is, while very happy, extremely elated that our hard work is putting off, also happy for the ecosystem, because all my peers, friends from say other platforms, etc., everybody is overachieved to some extent what they had predicted. So I think it's almost a celebration of the whole consumer spirit coming back and really celebrating festive the way it should. So I think that's probably Hitesh, are you there? I think I'm not sure if
the connection is a little poor, but
yeah, I have an unstable connection, but
sorry, you're on mute, Hitesh.
I have an unstable connection for a moment, I think, but I can hear you guys.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I was saying, I think again, very, very happy for the ecosystem and the whole consumer spirit coming back. To your question on what goes behind a sale, I think I would actually take a step back on what all different elements went. Media is a very, very integral part, but a lot of things, right? So first and most important thing is planning. I think last year we realized that we didn't track things as granularly as we could have. And that's probably one of the first things that we did differently, right? And starting from each of our monthly sale events. So we now have a very clear cross-functional sale pod, which didn't exist. That sale pod has a representation from everyone who's important to make a successful sale happen, right? From talking to suppliers in each category and getting the kind of discounts and helping them come in. So for example, one of the reasons for success is there is a 360% increase in the supplier base that opts in for a sale, right? And we are a long tail platform. So more than, and not so deep discounting. So more than depth, it's the width of the participation that matters a lot. So that getting that in place, and a lot of it is productized. So there is an opt-in tool through which people come in. For these forecasts, how will our tech system scale up? Because these are not small numbers we're talking about. We're talking about peaks for a system which is typically stable. A peak of 87 lakh in a day is not a small deal, right? Any part of the infra can break. So we had a war room going for almost 2 to 3 weeks. Love the effort that the team put in just bringing it all together. Once you place the orders, like the whole media bit, which I'll cover more in detail, it's also, you also need to deliver them, right? And we are a platform that is entirely dependent on third-party logistics players, and they are dependent on us. Like we are one of the biggest clients for them, and they are very important for us. So making sure that all their capacities can be scaled up so that these products also reach the end consumer, right? So I think on day 1 or day 2 of the sale, we shipped around 50 lakh or 60 lakh orders, which is probably the highest in terms of volume that India has seen from a third party ecosystem. So I think all those things make me really proud that, and it works, right? Like I'll probably show Sowmya, there's a bell we have here for every 1 million order. We put that bell and we celebrate. So it's fantastic. Sorry, I took like maybe longer than expected, but on your media points, I think, I also heard this in the previous panel. How do we talk about the overall media mix? So I think that's $1 million question. I will probably park it for later. But I will talk in two parts, or on the branding side, where we try to drive the awareness and consideration, and the conversion side.
Correct.
So on the conversion side, I think we have a very stable system. Performance marketing is one of the key channels. And then there are other channels like influencer marketing, referral, which continue stably. Sale elements come in, but they don't see that big a swing, also because performance marketing isn't supposed to do that, because it's more long-term in nature. So right, there will be a 15-20% type scale, if at all, on those, and at a much cheaper rate, because branding isn't a lot of hard work in getting people aware. On branding, it's really interesting because one thing in which we are, at least we like to believe that we keep a heavy focus on, is on regionalization or personalization. We don't want to follow the same approach. So for example, I was talking to Megha, who heads growth for us. She's saying we've consciously never dubbed creatives. We want to have
region first.
It's region first, right? So in the assortment that you show, the language that you speak, the celebrities that we got, we tried to cover on ATL at least 4-5 major geographies.
Correct.
And we also went on social with so many other regional celebrities, right? So that's one extremely important part. Similarly, in terms of media mix, while TV is our dominant media for awareness, we know that there are markets which are TV dark or like not that great. So it needs to be complemented with a digital plan. So there are specific geographies where we did digital plus TV to be able to get the kind of impression and reach that we needed. So I think these 2-3 things make the media plan for festive a bit different from what we do in BAU setup. Performance marketing is more BAU, and it's anyway very personalized by Google and FB algos. So we don't, we just provide them the right inputs, which is creatives, and then let them do the job.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think I'll just add to the media piece, right, Hitesh, is that while of course from a festive marketing sales standpoint, you would do a 360-degree unlocking of channels, I can double click on digital, and at the cost of sounding repetitive, the need for while you will obviously do your meta surfaces, you'll do your Google, you'll do pretty much everything that you need to do in order to tick mark the reach frequency matrix that comes as a part of media planning. The need to use the channels or platforms in a way that is native to them is more important than ever before, because now, for example, you have, let's say, your master asset, right? You're going out as an ad into, but how does that, how does a core communication then translate into, let's say, for example, we're speaking about live commerce in the previous panel. How do you unlock live commerce, which is native to, digital platforms during the sale period? And some of these are new, right? So you're still experimenting and you want to know what can really come out of it. And this is the best time to really do that. Yeah, because, you have the length and the breadth and the opportunity to be able to unlock, your digital first sort of native options that are available to you. So live commerce ek ho gaya. Then, we're speaking about click to WhatsApp, right? We're talking about WhatsApp, for business and conversational commerce. But how do you bring in beyond BAU during the sale period? How do you bring in the experience of this brand narrative that you're creating around the sale within conversational commerce, right? So these are some of the things that we are unlocking, and you'll sort of see through the sales season how these are coming alive even for Meesho. For now, again, there's so much conversation around 3D content and metaverse, and portal and stuff like that, right? So are you unlocking that, right? So because, like I said, some of these, and eventually depending on how people are engaging with you, because you want to experiment, you want to see what the response is, you will also potentially see if any of these are big enough to become IPs in themselves. Even if they're sort of may not be as large as a festive campaign, but can they be your hub IPs throughout the year, right? So, or for that matter, when I speak about native, let's look at voice, right? Festive time is the best time, or festive SEO, campaign-based SEO, right? So these are things beyond this mix that we are talking about. These are things that you need to unlock from a channel perspective. So I think that if you're able to look at the media mix beyond the typical grid that we use, I think there's a lot more potential today with the options that are available to us. You're on mute, Hitesh.
I think I was talking even for the intro of this session on social and everywhere, we were talking about how IPs unlock a compounding effect, and that compounding effect would happen once that brand of the IP is built over the years. Like for say something like Misho's this sale, you have to focus on the brand as well as performance at the same time. And like usually in a campaign, you would have enough time, but during the festive season, the time is also quite tight. So what is a balance that you've arrived at for this particular IP? And like say, if you could even generalize it for formative years of any IP for that matter, like what is the right balance to get into brand and performance, like to divide it into brand and performance?
Okay, so I will have Nilesh come in on that and weigh in as well. But Hitesh, I think it's time for us to brand and performance has been a conversation for so many years now. Okay, right. So brand conversion, brand kar rahe ho, conversion mat dekho. Performance kar rahe ho, to conversion matrix hai. So I think we need to make this conversation obsolete, I feel, right now. So we need to speak about intersecting brand with performance. Okay. Now, and that's a need of the hour as well. I mean, at the end of the day, when we were speaking about companies which are, we're looking at bottom line in a much sharper way than we have ever before, is the need of the hour. And, necessity is the mother of invention. So we need to look at how brand can intersect with performance. Now, this is actually something that we've been working on for the last 1 year. Okay. So a purist would say, and I'm also, I started my career, as a purist, like a digital brand first, marketing first person. So purist would say, performance se brand build nahi hota hai. Right. Okay. So because performance is about long format, storytelling. Brand is about long format storytelling. You need to build the narrative, so on and so forth. Right. So let's stay with that. But the fact of the matter is that the media consumption has changed. Short format video content is the content format that is doing the maximum reach among the audiences today. So you've got to be able to tell your brand story in short format, as much as possible. Now, then the question would be, is there a parallel, right? Koi hai brand jo, through short format video content, digital first approach, not long format, through performance has built a brand. Now, the answer may be that may not be a brand that's right top of mind, but let's look at the influencer ecosystem, right? If you look at an influencer as a brand, some of the influencers have built a beautiful brand of themselves by using digital first formats, right? But what is fundamental to brand building is the fact that you have to be consistent with what you do, consistent with what we say, right? Now, there may be some format level, which is what we're experimenting with right now. So there may be some format level changes that you need to bring in from, content perspective as well, where every creative is delivering on brand and every performance creative is delivering on brand, and every brand creative is measurably delivering on performance. Okay. Yes. So this is sort of, the zone that we've been building all our creative and content into in a way that is measurable at the end of the day, because very sharp eye, when we speak about the sale construct and stuff like that, the eye has to be on the numbers at the end of the day. And there has to be enough agility. While Nilesh was talking about the operational side of things, there has to be enough agility even in terms of how you're executing the campaign, based on how the sale numbers are coming in. So the overarching point here is the way to look at performance marketing or brand marketing right now is to intersect brand with performance and find ways of doing that. Yeah. So I think
you've beautifully put. I don't think there's a lot to add. I think exactly agree with you. The how of it is something that all of us are trying to continuously learn and evolve on. And there are certain mental models which seem to be emerging, like the one that you mentioned. Correct. About how do we tell our story in shorter formats. Correct. How do we and the consistency, right? The Correct. One keyword. I think I heard this from in one of the podcasts from the founder of The Whole Truth, I think he mentioned in HUL, it's clear, clarity plus consistency is your brand, right? So I think we definitely want to imbibe that. And hence, even when we do our performance, we need it to be consistent with what we're talking about. So for example, if here we said that we'll go all out and tell about our market at its prices through celebrities, it directly needs to percolate into our performance marketing. So we will try and have elements so that there is a very clear continuity, and doesn't stop there. It also translates on our Play Store, on our app, on our website, because you cannot let that link break. Otherwise, it's just confusing for the consumer. And we are going to as much grassroots as possible. We are going 85% of our orders were from tier 2 plus, right? A lot of them are new to e-commerce. Some of them are new to any kind of net commerce, which means they've not yet come on a digital wallet or a phone pay or a, right? So now for that user, the mental model is very different from the way a lot of us think.
Correct.
And hence, the more simple and consistent you keep, the better is your
success ratio.
So that's how I think about it.
So I think both of you did mention two things. One being like how Meesho has created content which is very vernacular and regional in nature. Even the choice of celebrities or influencers that you worked with were thought of that way. And the other thing you mentioned about how your particular sale has managed to go deep and wide, and 85% of the transactions are coming from tier 2 plus areas. So what is your secret sauce to make sure that your brand or your sale goes deep and wide, and it's not just catering to tier 1 and urban markets, but it's going deep and wide? And like, if Nilesh, you could start, and then Sowmya, you can add in.
Sure. No, I think the answer to that actually lies in our core value proposition. Like I mentioned earlier, we are Har Indian ka apna market, and our business model works in a way which helps make this really, really easy, right? So when Meesho started, of course, we did evolve. We were a social commerce reseller heavy platform, and then we eventually transited into a e-commerce platform. But the core value proposition and the TG didn't really change much, because what we were going after, we said, hey, India is a massive country. 85% of retail, whatever, shopping is offline. And today, the online retail is only focusing on the top 5 to 10%, which is anyway going to organized retail.
Correct.
There is this 85%, nobody is talking to them with the selection and the price point that works for them.
Correct.
Which is why when we started, we were very, very clear that what really matters to our TG is, hey, these are people who, due to social media, are now exposed to the world of possibilities.
Correct.
They have a lot of aspirations. They see a shoe which a rapper is wearing in a pop video,
Correct.
and they want that
They
shoe,
want that,
but they will not get that shoe in that area. Now, does that shoe sell by anyone in India? Yes, it probably does. Say some seller in Delhi makes it, but I am sitting in Asansol and I probably don't get it.
Correct.
So can Meesho get this? Yes, but I am also grounded in my realities. My realities are not the same as what a metro probably consumer has.
Correct.
There is a certain price level that I feel I can afford. There is a certain ease of use that I need. So a lot of it was built into our DNA. If you see our app, one of the things that comes from users is it feels like our market. It is much easier, at least from the onset,
Correct.
to find, hey, is category, I want this, versus, for example, bombarding them with brands or like an endless feed. So some of those things were literally built in our DNA, which is why it was always working for them.
For example, the community that you have within the app, okay, is a huge example of why people would come in and say, "Arey, ye to mera market hai."
Exactly.
Right?
Right.
Also, the live commerce that you do on the app, equally sort of brings that out. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I would say it's also, and what powers it, I also see a question around how does Meesho sell really cheap products. I think we were very, very clear that we want to be the lowest cost distribution platform. It's our single-minded focus. And hence, we've taken industry first decisions in India like zero commission. I think that in a way is half of that answer, that we don't charge any commission to a single supplier who comes in. And we were the first to do it. There are others who've started doing it now in different categories. but our model was always built for it, right? We wanted to be asset light, which is why we have a third party logistics player. Which is why we could easily be a lot more agile,
Correct.
especially in times like COVID, where things went up and down. So I think a lot of it powers that we are meant to serve the value proposition that the tier 2+ markets want.
Correct.
And I think then packaging it becomes way easier, because you have the substance, you have to just tell the story.
Yeah. So to your question on how do you ensure that the value proposition, the sale communication is reaching all, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 markets. While media does play a role, I think we speak so much about influencer marketing, right? So so there are two parts to it, and I'll just speak a little bit at an overall level about influencer marketing and the way I look at it, and what I feel really works is one is regionalization of influencers. So we in fact work with a list of something called as Born on Instagram. Okay, so we work with influencers where we know what is the influencer circle of this influencer, which area, region. We even potentially go into some of the regional first social media platforms like ShareChat, where we are working with influencers that literally are your next door neighbor, right? So the way the content is developed, if you go out and look at some of how that influencer content is done, it literally looks like mera baju wala aake ye pehn ke meko dikhaya, and it's really like something I can do. So that's the level at which we are creating content, so that's how regional and local, hyper local, we are making the content with influencers. And I think that's really where the future is, honestly. While on authenticity sort of scale or meter, while you will have your large influencers, reach guys who will do your job with respect to reach, etc. The distinction between one, a regional or hyperlocal influencer, one, two, the distinction between influencer and content creator. Okay, so working with building a content creators network who may or may not be influencers, but are patrons of your brand, takes an entire year, or more. But this is the time that you're able to leverage it, because there is so much authenticity that comes with content creators who are creating content, and the kind of CTRs, the kind of love, the kind of intimate interactions that we're able to unlock because we're using a content creator versus an influencer is mind-boggling, Hitesh. So and anyway, as a brand or a platform, you're there to promote that content, right? So influence circle is one thing, but if you get the right content from the real users and you have a network of these users, I think what you're able to unlock is fairly, it'll surprise you. And from an influencer standpoint, where you have a reach influencers going regional and really creating that content hyper local with influence circles to be able to build that reach into tier 1, tier 2 towns.
Interesting. Like apart from content, vernacular content, you're saying the second thing that is important for a brand to go deep and wide is hyperlocal content with influencers or regional influencers. Correct. Is there any other avenue that you think has worked for you apart from your media avenues that are usually there? Is there anything else that has really worked for Meesho to get to those tier 2+ cities?
I think, like I was saying earlier, performance marketing goes under the radar because a lot of the hard work is done by Google and Facebook, but it does play a massive role here. So how do you structure your campaigns, for example, on UAC? Is it a pan-India campaign or do you have regional campaigns? Now it's tricky because the more you combine, you feel that you will get efficiencies in audiences.
Yeah.
But you also lose relevance. The Google algo would then probably want to get you more people from, say, Maharashtra because it's easier. So how do you do multiple tests? And we've been doing these tests for a while because we were actually a performance first company, which started telling our brand story much later. So we had a lot more data time to test it out. And through multiple iterations, we've arrived at the kind of structure that works for us. And it is very different in Google and Facebook, despite both chasing the same objective, right? Because of the way the algorithms are. So we've realized over time that, I don't know if someone from Meta is here, I don't know if they'll like me for it, but we used to be told that, hey, you give us your entire feed and we'll be able to do the best job and curate exactly what Sowmya wants and show that to her and convert her. We lived with that for a while, but we were not convinced that, I don't know, is the curation happening well or not. And then we tried certain experiments. We said, leave all the feed. We'll find few lakhs of products which we believe are best to at least get the people, right? And it doesn't mean that we restrict assortment, because once they come in, they have the whole universe.
Correct.
But to get them, what is best? And that really worked, right? And when we do that, it's one example of how different experimentation, the performance side really helps. Similarly, on UAC, Google, I think every marketer would tell it's the biggest black box that a person works with, because you exactly don't know how it works, but you keep trying. So we've tried multiple things, and today we are comfortable with the kind of campaign structure that we have. For example, we have a combined campaign for all the Hindi speaking markets, because it has that in common. But for a lot of regions, specific regions, which have sizable audience base, it makes sense to carve out a regional campaign.
Correct.
So I think some of those also really help, because that's been running in the background to convert all the awareness and consideration that branding and influencers are driving.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, that makes sense.
One more question from the conversation that you and Sowmya were having around the app having a community feature or even live commerce as a feature. So I want to understand, because like there was this conversation we were doing with Vishal as well around live commerce. So I want to understand from Misho's perspective, how big is live commerce at this point in time? Do you see like live commerce working on the app the way it should be, or like we are still far off from where it should be?
Yeah, so I have probably as much details as you would on this. I was just telling Sowmya, I think early signs are positive, but we are in thorough experimentation phase, and we're doing experiments of all kinds. So I think we've done a lot of experiments with having sellers directly sell on our live commerce. We are trying on influencers, as we were discussing with Sowmya. We have done it on our app. Can we simulcast it?
Yeah.
Probably yes. So there are a lot of these, how do we make the conversations easier between the two? So I think there are a lot of these questions and heavy experimentation where we are on. But clearly signs seem positive. I think if you were to also look at China, live commerce is a beautiful story. And if you were to go anything by that, I think we should continue. It is one of those 10x bets that may not immediately show results, but we know that in the long run.
But the early signs are quite positive,
exactly.
Hitesh, because, you know, I know for a fact, and I had, you know, what Nilesh is referring to is that the platform has live commerce, right? Where the sellers come and, you know, so 12 ghante chalta hai ye. You know, so it's like starts in the morning and then it goes on right into the night, where different sellers are coming and presenting their products. So I think it is so core to the local bazaar narrative, you know, that I think that's sort of one thing that, you know, I really marvel at. It's such a beautiful fit. But in addition to that, the fact that, you know, the fact that sellers are coming and doing this and it is going on for 11, 12 hours in a day itself stands testament to the fact that something is working. Sellers are benefiting, right? So we'll pull in data, we'll look at all of that, but ye ho raha hai aur roz ho raha hai. So there's some value that, you know, the business is driving from that. So yeah.
Once you do have good data on this, probably we should be the first ones to get access to it and like share it with the world whenever it happens.
Fair. Yeah, that's a correct point actually. Yeah. So because Misho has been really leading this, right? And makes sense to really put an industry first figure over there. We'll do that. So yeah.
So, like, we'll wrap up the session with final thoughts from your end, and like I would want to structure it in a way that, say, like from your experience of putting together this IP, or like even your experience in terms of festive marketing this season last year, what are some of the learnings you would want to pass on to like the advertisers and marketers listening to us right now?
Sure, I think Sowmya, you want to start?
Yeah, so I think for me, I'll reiterate what I began the conversation with, which is that a festive marketing campaign is your biggest opportunity to build the brand. And the work is really just starts after the festive marketing campaign. Why? Because, you know, after you've seen that jump, you know, with numbers and driving the numbers, etc. The question is about how you're going to sustain those numbers. How are you going to work with the 1P data that you have? right? So how are you going to harness the 1P data that you have? How are you going to upsell, cross-sell? How are you going to do product discovery? How are you going to make the experience more meaningful for the consumer, right? So Festive is sort of just, the start point from that perspective. So I think that's exactly how Festive should be looked at. It's a journey that you're defining for the year to come. So that would be sort of my
I think adding to that, so one, like I said, let's think through end to end. That was our learning last year, which helped us this year, which means right from the supply discount generation to the last leg of fulfillment. Sometimes some parts get missed, or given how quickly this moves, right? Your projections and other things, there might be some things lost in translation. Both of these need to be tied through a cross-pod team. That's definitely a recipe for success. The second important thing is it has to be rooted in your brand and your purpose. Don't do a sale just for the sake of a sale is what I would feel. If it truly resonates, and like for us, it's our market going sale, and because it's bringing the spirit of offline to online with 1000x assortment and great prices, that offline market does go on sale once a year, which is this period. So it's just an extension of that. It's not a force-fit construct. And hence I think that's important to have. And the last thing, at least which works for us, may be different for different people, is the whole regionalization of it. And truly, I don't know if it is me, but like the joy that it brings, right, to every small supplier who gets that order burst and what it brings, that's probably the most powerful feeling and the most fulfilling feeling, which helps rally the entire organization. So having that clear rather than just chasing numbers for the sake of it really drives people. So maybe a bit on the softer side, not what you're looking for, but something really works.
Equally powerful,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think even softer takeaways are good for people to start somewhere. So thanks a lot, Nilesh and Sowmya, for spending time on this session. I know it was a pleasant surprise for you.
This was a coincidence for both of us as well, So
and I can vouch for
the Meesho journey because we just happened to be together. So.
I think we should, we are anyway documenting this session, but maybe we'll reach out to you to make that into a proper case study of sorts once this campaign is over.
Sure.
All right. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
What an insightful session it was. So next we have festive campaigns, measuring what matters. And for this session, I would like to call Ashish Upadhyay, VP Business Development at Merlin Sokrati, and Pankaj Bhatlavande, VP Media Analytics at Merlin Sokrati.
Hey, thanks for the quick intro. Sorry, but I couldn't catch your name.
Hello, Ashish. You are on mute.
I am audible now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, no. I'm sorry, but am I audible now? You need to confirm. Sorry. We can hear both of you. Super. Thanks, Sai. Okay, great. So, firstly, the Meesho team really could relate to a few facts, right? Specifically around UAC and how you can probably do it in a better way by segregating Varnak, Hindi, Marathi, and so on at a regional level. I think really could relate to that. So thanks for those insights. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly present my screen. And let me know once it is visible. Cool. So I'm taking it that it's visible. So Pankaj and I, quickly to introduce, right? Pankaj and I are part of Socrates. We're a data and tech agency, full service agency, about 1,300 of us here in Pune. We take care of ad tech and martech in the India and APAC region for almost all the major folks, right, with a combined stack. Uh, the reason and what you wanted to kind of speak about today is the festival season is around the corner, and we see that even today, with the evolution of the way brands really use their data, there is a lot of data that gets cultivated but is not really used using tools. And the second key point that we've generally observed in client conversation is that there is a lot of talk around output, but there are very few people who are really input driven. And as much as today's ecosystem is automated, what inputs you give can vastly be influential in the kind of outputs that you drive. So we want to have a quick session. How we want to kind of pull this out is, firstly, I'll kind of try and give you context around how data is perceived, looked at, what are the kind of conversations that I have when I speak to multiple partners at various levels. And Pankaj will kind of then deep dive into taking that perspective and trying to give you a sense of what we have done specifically for clients who are targeting this festive season, not just to create a certain level of presence, but also kind of get their top line running. Cool. And a very easy slide to look at, right? On the left, you see a kind of decade-old pic where we are, most of the coaches or folks look at gut feeling to go to when they want to make critical decisions versus today. In fact, almost two of my close friends uh, are building startups which assist in cricket coaching. Almost every field today has evolved and is using data smartly. Yet, in most of my conversations, and when I say most, relatively about 30 to 40%, which I still see as a large piece, because digital being a mecca for data and actionable information, that number still is high because those are decision makers who still speak of, hey, I have done this, which is generally pointing to a black box, and there is no insight beyond that. How can we really get those things going as digital marketeers is a key question that stands before us today. So again, right, in a conversation, most of the people that we speak to say, hey, I'm using data. Yes, I'm using tech. We have a tech stack. When I talk to the CTO, he has a sense of it. But what most people don't understand is that data and tech are symbiotic. They basically, data as complex as it gets needs a tech which is as complex to solve for it. And it's not a great form of rocket science, right? It's basically, in today's ad tech or martech world, there are a few things that technology actually signifies, right? It is either a AI pattern recognition, it is either dashboards that really give you good insights to action on, it is analytics of what's happening with your chatbots or any kind of text-led analytics. It's natural language processing, which is the in thing these days. CDP MDPs have been around for a year, or it is what I call as consultant favorites, right? Graph metrics and just putting it on a XY axis and then deriving some sort of insight from it. Now, all of this said, when data and tech meet, it is basically to interpret and then orchestrate it into some sort of an end goal, which is your actionable information. So today, and this is what I always tell people who tell me, hey, we have data, we have tech. And my conversation is, do you have actionable information, which, and a slightly higher percentage than the last one, about 50% of the folks really don't have. And that's where, in today's world, we see a lot of value, whether it's budget optimization, increasing customer loyalty, right down to increasing LTV, and ensuring how speed modeling it is done. When I say speed modeling, it basically means moving the prospect to the end of the funnel at a faster pace. Let's see now how vast this particular ocean is, right? We can basically say that this year, and this is taken from business, this is basically about 30,000 crores of spends that will happen in the festive season, mainly around FMCG, e-com, automotive, and thereon. The opportunity here is huge, right? And no matter what tech stack you have or what tech you use, it's really not the sword, but the hand that wields it matter. can you derive the right value out of the tech that you already have, or whatever third party that are solutions that are out there to quickly get in the right outputs from the festive season? And that's the big question that needs to be answered. How does planning happen today, right? And the end of the initial conversation was around how they are looking to plan, how they're structuring their USC campaigns, what Vernac and regional really drives for them, right? A simple funnel, you basically plan a pre-buzz about 10 to 15 days, get that audience in, move them down in the sale period, and when you have first-party data, you basically use that data to build ground up from a planning perspective for the next season or the next launch. The challenge with this, and it's multifold, right? You'll see that targeting, even in this particular funnel, is still, if you grill a particular person that have done this, it ends up saying that, hey, this has worked for me, is my sense, or they open some reference mail where there are a few numbers which may relate to a certain cohort, but they are not really to the point. And that's where targeting really can evolve a lot. We see conversions happening via certain creatives, but are we really looking at the right amount of data and the right amount of heat maps, etc., to derive this? Are we mapping it back to the audiences? Uh, a lot of also conversations happen around, okay, I'm doing a set of automated campaigns, how can I improve that? And I think three things that generally come out, right? Generally folks on the marketing side of things, and this is specifically brands, they talk about, hey, I know that conversion metrics are not standardized. It really creates a big problem to actually have those conversations. Second, they talk about that I don't have enough data. Specifically in the first party data layer, I don't have enough data. It's not thick enough to derive a certain actionable. And I think there is a very easy way of solving for it by just looking at the above layers. You'll be really shocked to a certain extent to understand that the amount of insights you can derive from a mid layer and plug that back into campaigns can convert or make a Superman out of a Clark Kent for most of your campaigns on automated campaigns specifically. Identify LTV CAC, I've already spoken about it. I think this is one thing which gets missed. Though there is a lot of shenanigans and a lot of high-end talk that happens, no one really can answer this question with a solid information portrayal to give out a right actionable. Again, this is something that you can form for. And again, all of these points where we're saying, including speed learning of automated campaigns, are from data that you have cultivated. As a brand, as marketers, I feel whatever data we cultivate, if there is a way, and today there is, we should use it in the best possible way. And it doesn't require a huge amount of budget to establish these tools. These tools are quick to implement. There are just off-the-shelf platforms. Why don't we kind of do it? Now, to ensure that we don't become this person as a marketer post the festive season, I'll hand it over to Pankaj to pick it up and give us some insights into what he feels is the right solution to the above set of problems.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Ashish. Let me share my screen. I hope I'm audible.
Yep, you are.
Perfect. Great. The screen is visible. Boxes.
Yep, visible.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. All right. Great. Hi, good evening, everyone. It's really great connecting with all the people coming from multiple verticals into the media space. Any idea like who this guy is? Just a quick hint. I mean, this guy works and was kind of a surprise, but at the same time, I was expecting as well. So this guy works into a risk management department in his company. He's responsible for a lot of doing internal audits and this stuff. And somehow, I don't know why, but kind of relating to him. And I'm sure like a lot of people who are into the measurement side of the businesses in the media space might have similar feelings, like most of the time when things go bad or when things are not happening the way we expect them to be. Yeah, perfect. It's working. So what I'll do is I thought, I mean, I'm sure like all of us have I mean, like, have learned a lot of new things throughout the day, and at the same time, like, there is a lot of content floating around the internet, various blogs, webinars, and then stuff. I thought maybe like we gave out these two weapons that are available in our media tech and analytics arsenal, and something that I'm sure like you might not, or like at least 80% of you might not have read, or like might have heard about it. Essentially, but then of course, I mean, today is the time, and I'm happy to like share it with everyone, like how it is helping us out, the problems or the gaps in this entire journey mappings and the convergence that we were just talking about. The first one is going to be around ads data hub, which is essentially more of data clean room solutions that I want to talk about. Ads data hub is Google's data clean room solution, which contains all the impression, clicks, events level data that gets collected in Google Ads, DV360, Campaign Manager, YouTube campaigns that we run, and allows us to integrate or connect or map it with the first party data, which is going to be a non-Google data that you are collecting throughout the journey, or throughout the user journey, or even the post-conversion into your CRM, and allows us to create these holistic views of the end-to-end user journeys. And the second thing that we will talk about is the middle funnel optimization activities that we do, which is more around using predictive analytics, predictive marketing in this entire area where everything is happening automatically, but at the same time, we do want to utilize the data science solutions and all to enhance the performances at a higher speed. So coming back to the gaps, basically, that you were talking about, I mean, like we spoke about targeting the creatives and the typical communications of the problems that we keep on hearing about. And I'm sure like a lot of people might agree to that. Like, let's say, starting with targeting, like we do branding, we do performance. And in the previous session, like Sowmya and Nilesh like gave us a very good walkthrough of how things are happening. Most of the time, what we observe for a lot of people, I mean, the question is, should we even start branding, or should we go performance first? If I'm doing branding and I know that it kind of creates awareness in the market, so how long do I do it? I mean, like, do I do it for a month, or 2 months, 3 months, or is it going to be an ongoing activity, which mostly is? When exactly I'm going to see its impact on the lower funnel or my final conversions? Is it like 1 month delay, 2 months delay? Are people who are getting exposed to the branding campaigns, are they actually like coming back from the performance or no? Or is it always going to be aggregated level analysis that we have to do? So there are a lot of questions around it. Similar goes for the creatives. So typically the scenario is kind of limited towards creatives, impressions, clicks, and CTR. We assess the performance of creatives basis the CTRs, or at max the install rates that are happening. But then what happens afterwards? I mean, the installs is definitely not the final conversion actions for which we are optimizing all the campaigns. Like, it's the final conversion, purchases, the revenue that we are getting. And is there a way so that I can assess the performance of my creatives throughout the end-to-end funnel, right from starting of impressions to the final conversions, or it could be even app retentions like D2 or D7 or D30 retention rates, the high value LTV customers, like which creatives basically are leading me to giving the good customers or high frequency purchasers. So that funnel visibility is something that we typically see is kind of missing in the ecosystem for a lot of folks. The automated campaigns, like for a lot of companies, we observe that more than 50 to 60% of the spend is happening on UAC, PMAX, and the subsequently the automated campaigns run on Facebook. So the lever that we have, while Nilesh pointed out in the previous session that it's kind of a biggest black box at the moment in the industry, and the only lever we have is we can keep on changing the creatives or do some variations around it. So we want to understand, like, if I'm doing 50-60% of automated campaigns, can I do something to increase or enhance its performance? Can I speed up the learning part? Like, every time we do some single change, like the performance or the algorithm goes into learning phase again. And can I do something about it? Second is, if creative is the only lever I have, then basically can I do something about creatives, the content of the creative static images as well, is something that we can definitely discuss on. And the fourth problem that we have, like identifying the LTV and the CAC. So predominantly, it happens at an aggregated level most of the time. But is there a way where we can like map the user in the first party ecosystem or the universe, the LTV of that user, like just again one metric, but then there could be like a lot of metrics by those users. And the entire advertisement journey of that user, like what was the cost of impression, the clicks that happened, which creatives were shown, and then how the behavior is going or happening in my first party world of that user. So for all these problems or gaps that we typically observe in the journey, apart from the regular problems that or the optimizations that we typically try to solve, for the first, second, and fourth problem, ADH or the data clean room solutions is helping us out answer a lot of like some of the questions out of it. The third and the fifth question, like enhancing and speeding up the performance of automated campaigns. The second solution, NIFO, is something that is helping this out, and we'll discuss it kind of in brief about both the solutions. So starting with ADH or Ads Data Hub, so Google launched this tool back in 2019 or so. And the concept or like why all these things are happening with the increasing privacy first regulations, it is becoming difficult to share the data across platforms, and hence the platforms are coming up with newer solutions. One of them is ADH from Google. It doesn't stop at just Google. Facebook is coming up with advanced analytics. AppsFlyer has already announced about Privacy Cloud. Amazon is basically has been working on marketing cloud solutions. They are yet to launch it in India. And thankfully, we are in touch with all the folks. Like we are working closely with Facebook, AppsFlyer, Google, Amazon on all these privacy first solutions, or the data clean room solutions as it has been portrayed. And how it works, like at a very simple level. So there is the first rectangle, right, that represents the advertisement data. Advertisement data, when I say, we have impressions, clicks, and the conversion actions, and all the possible dimensions like campaign, ad set, ad, creative, user age, gender, the affinity, in market, city from where the user has basically seen the ad, the time at which user has seen the ad or clicked on the advertisement. So that's the entire advertisement data, and that never leaves the Google ecosystem. The second rectangle represents the customer-owned, the first-party data or advertiser-owned data, where we host the first-party data as well as the query results coming out of the advertisement data, which is entirely owned and managed, and basically comes under the first-party regulations. And then there is Ads Data Hub APIs, which allows us to query. Simultaneously, we can query both the advertisement data and the first-party data by connecting the users or by mapping the users at one-to-one level. And that's basically the beauty of it, because there is one-to-one mapping happening between the advertisement journey and the first-party journey. It is opening up a lot of use cases for us. Of course, I mean, user matching and all, like we can discuss it at length, but we'll focus more on like conceptually how it is functioning and how it is helping us out more on the use cases and actionable information that we just discussed about. So the upper row, what it is representing is majorly different tools, right? I mean, Google Ads contains the information on impressions and clicks. DV360, again, impressions and clicks. We might have like Google Analytics, which contains the data from multiple channels, but again, click, and then eventually if session is happening, then that journey would be there. Campaign Manager can come into picture, which is connecting the impressions, clicks, and eventually the convergence journey. So what is happening is kind of fragmented across the platforms. But with Ads Data Hub, how it is happening is because the information is available at an individual user level, and that too at a timestamp level, at what timestamp we have shown the impression, the clicks, and the first party events as well, like app open, registers, or watching a video or playing a game. We are now able to link this entire journey for individual user. And because of which now the viewability is definitely improved. And because this entire user journey is created, the further analysis, the pathway analysis, definitely something that we can start doing, which in earlier scenario was definitely like kind of difficult. It was completely a blind guesstimates that we used to make, or it was more of aggregated level analysis that we were able to do. And of course, not to say the platforms are ensuring that the privacy regulations are also being taken care of. So of course, I mean, there are a lot of constraints to the entire things, but then of course, I mean, it's kind of win-win for the advertisers, and B, for the end users as well from the privacy standpoint. So, so then if we have this full funnel view, the actionables, right? I mean, how does it help me out, or what do I do with that? Or the so what kind of question that we typically have. So, and relating it to the festive theme, like, so we run the branding campaigns, the questions, right? How do we plan it? How much budget do I need to keep into it? Branding is creating an awareness, but then how many ads do I showcase to the user? Like in a week, should I show like 3 impressions, 5 impressions, 50 impressions? What is that? Overdoing it, where are we going to define, or underdoing, where are we going to define? Nilesh called out in the last session, like more than 85% of the people were coming from tier 2 plus, of the converters were coming from tier 2 plus cities. So then does the frequency of the impressions changes for rural India or versus the metro folks that are visiting the website, male versus female, or could be iOS versus Android. So all these cuts basically we were earlier definitely were not able to understand, but with the data availability, now we are able to answer what's the right exposure. This is the sample graph that we are looking at, that typically what happens is, so the optimal frequency basically, like suppose it comes at, like let's say 6 in a week, like again, hypothetical example. But if 6 is the optimal frequency, so what we can do is historically we understand that what has been my average frequency by each campaign. And then if it is more than 6, then we might be overdoing or over exposing the user to the advertisement. And we can save those vested impressions. And those vested, like on the saved impressions, we can utilize to increase our reach. And when we have to increase the reach, again, like all the possible cuts that we were just discussing, like city-wise, gender-wise, affinity-wise, what are my optimal frequencies, what is my reach, where there is still some potential left so that I can increase the branding exposure to that kind of audience. When I say where, like it could be city level as well, or the state level as well. So those cuts are definitely different. Northern states and southern states definitely have different kind of behavior. The creatives are basically working out separately for separate audiences. And we definitely don't have to limit ourselves just to do the entire analysis at an overall level, but we can apply all these cuts to get the understanding of it. The couple of case studies definitely want to include in the discussion. So we have been working with Swiggy. We utilized, okay, some questions, but maybe I'll take it at the end. So how Swiggy used is they have very rich first party data, and I'm sure like a lot of brands at the moment like are also sitting on top of huge first party data that is coming out of there. Could be stores or could be the purchases that have been happening throughout these years of working. So what we did is we were able to map the first party good segments. Good segments could be high frequency purchasers. Good segments can be high value customers or high retention customers. Mapped it with the advertisement data that was sitting into Google Ads, TV360, and the YouTube campaigns that we run. And we were able to understand what kind of cohorts are basically leading us most towards the good audiences that are identified in my CRM, in my first party data. Now, it need not have to be just CRM. It can be any other tool as well, wherever you are having the first party information of the user getting stored. And we'll discuss that in detail in the second slide as well, just to open up the possibilities. But the results are amazing because now we know that, okay, this kind of audiences are giving us good lower the funnel KPIs. So then why not I optimize my campaigns for that kind of audience, and which has resulted into 21% lower cost per install. The order rate was also higher, and the cost per acquisition definitely was lower. So the takeaways from this is the scale basically against the kind of volume that they work at. Definitely we can just imagine this is a public case study, you can access it. And second is in terms of doability, the automation and all like is something that all can be done. And this is just again like not limited to just the CRM data. But then this is again another large scale e-commerce firm or D2C brand having like 10 million plus installs. They are using branch as the analytics tool, but then it can be AppsFlyer, it can be GA4, it can be anything as long as there are certain device identifiers or user identifiers that are getting tracked. And because of that, we are using branch in this scenario as their first party information. So we automated the data flow into Google BigQuery. and the advertisement data coming from Google Ads data hub, which is Google Ads, DV360, and Campaign Manager data. All that data is coming into ADH. We run the query, automate the query, created nice data studio dashboards again, which are updating on its own on a periodic basis. And now the media teams, they have some very deeper view of what is happening in terms of journeys, and B, because the data population is like kind of automated because of the good ecosystem. Now the teams are able to spend more time on insight building rather than doing the data collection and the measurement stuff. Cool. So let's move to the second solution that we have, which was P4 mid-funnel optimizations. But then again, like what's the tactical need for the predictions and the problems around it? Because there are a number of solutions available in the market. I personally have been associated with this space for quite a long time. And the problems, typical problems that we also used to observe is if I target the higher or the upper funnel, basically there are too many signals. And the quality again like is impacted. And if I target the lower funnel KPIs, the problem is the data is very it's very low or very less in size. And then there is low data problems that we typically, or less number of signals if we target very deeper or lower in the funnel KPIs, and that's another problem. So what we what we have been doing is, we created different signals or identify some leading indicators by utilizing the entire in-app and web journeys, created those leading indicators which are acting as optimization event for the automated campaigns. So when we talk about, right, what is it that I can do to enhance the performance, to speed up the performance? So instead of making the automated campaigns wait for your final transaction or final conversion action, you create some leading indicators which are having very good correlations. Again, there is a lot of data science happening around it, and then give it as a signal to your automated campaigns. So that way, you are able to speed up the learning process, and at the same time, you are enhancing its performance. So if it is giving you X percentage CVR, eventually the conversion percentage is definitely increased by Y% as well. And because once the entire pipelines and all is set up and the prediction is happening, you don't have to limit yourself to just the prediction of transactions, but then all other behaviors which are in your favor or in profitability, like high propensity, high value customers, or high LTV customers, or people like for OTT and publishers, people who are likely to consume more content. So all those kind of behavior can be basically sent back into the advertisement platform, which can help us with speeding up the overall learnings of automated campaigns. Campaign configuration, I personally feel, it's high time that we should automate, and that's a good thing that is happening in the industry for sure. But again, from our end, more data, more analysis is something that we'll have to work. Again, Peter Drucker said, if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. And that's, this is something that I'm observing, in the overall industry, how things are shaping up. So another case study, a large-scale e-commerce brand, the comparison, basically, the durations, the taste durations was for a month. We observed 2.4 times more, or the orders to install rate, or can be considered as an e-commerce purchase rate, was improved. We were able to acquire customers at a 40% lower compared to the regular campaigns, and even the return on ad spend, or ROAS, was also increased by 2.3 times. Basically, this is shortening your in-app purchases delays that typically happen. All right. So open to questions, any queries? I think we have good questions here. Any performance marketing tips for beginners? Beginners, as I was saying, right? You can't measure it, you can't improve it. Measurement, analysis, and activation. You need to have solid framework now for all these three facets of doing the entire marketing. Gone are the days where we just rely or we use the attribution platform just for the conversion tracking. We have to utilize the data that the data is piling up. So we have to utilize it when we do the entire planning for the festive campaigns or any kind of basically high spike activities that we are going to observe. How long does it take to set up ADH? What can brands achieve with ADH? Any performance marketing tips? What is the minimum requirement for MIFO? So partially I'll take and quickly, I mean, like in the interest of time. So MIFO and any predictive modeling, I mean, and that's again another tip for even for beginners as well as large players who may not be doing it, is any prediction use cases heavily depends on user level data availability or user level interactions or event journeys or event stream data or click stream data, as a lot of people call it. If you don't have them available, it's just going to, I mean, like reduce your use cases and action items really. I mean, like it's going to have a huge impact. So I strongly tell you, as long as you have the user-wise interaction journeys available, and then there are some common identifiers between the ad platforms and your first-party data, you are good to go. On the ADH part, the activation setup and what is it brand can achieve, I believe like we have seen good number of use cases. The setup and all like is again like differs from brand to brand and where exactly in that funnel journey, like what all things have already been set up. But again, like I would strongly like just ping us and we'll share the contact details and we can take it case by case. But again, like it's not like a very 5-year plan kind of project for sure. We can definitely I mean like get it rolled up as early as possible and get it started up and running with the analysis insights. Yep. All right, any other questions, queries? Happy to answer. Otherwise, thanks a lot, folks. Thanks for the opportunity. Happy to connect. All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Pankaj and Ashish. It was such an insightful session. So moving ahead for the next session, we have on festivatizing, how to be the anar bomb in the box of 1000 Hazar Ki Ladis. And I would like to invite Iraj Fraz Batla from DDP Mudra. He is the creative head at North.
Hello everyone.
Hello, Iraj. Over to you.
Over to me. Great. Am I audible? Am I clear?
Yes.
Just some quick tech checks. All right. I'm also going to present some slides. So let me know if they are visible. Just give me a second. I'm sorry, I need a second. I'm trying to sort of get the permissions sorted. I will need half a minute to rejoin. I'm sorry, everyone, just give me half a minute.
So till we have okay.
Hi, I'm back. All right, let me just try it again. Yes. So again, is my keynote kind of visible?
Yes, it is.
All right. Sorry, I've not done it too many times. Is this full screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
So this is, I hope all of us on this discussion, we are Indians, so we understand what's an anar bomb and what's a Hazar Ki Ladi. And if somebody isn't, please speak up, and we can do a little conversation on that as well. But yes, moving on. But it's always the same task every year. That how do you stand out? Because Diwali advertising, Diwali is the Super Bowl of India, right? So every brand wants to make their presence felt and create work that has life, that is spoken about. And naturally, there are basically two ways to go about it. One is very functional, sale. The other is emotional. Let's make people cry. Let's make people talk about something. Let's make people get goosebumps. Let's make people feel something. And of course, what really sort of works is the emotional bit, because sales are meaningless if you don't love the brand. If two brands give you the same offer, then you go for the one that you like more in terms of the brand. And that's why, Airtel and Vodafone, they both have like terrible networks, but some people still like Vodafone because they love the dog or they love Zuzus. So emotional stuff always works. I have a lot of beautifully designed slides from the DDB system, which prove that emotional advertising also leads to business growth. So there's no argument on it. And yeah, these can be helpful in case someone is pressuring you to do work which is sort of flat and boring and hard sell and kind of irritating. So yes, so we go for the emotional stuff, and the brief is every year is the same. We need the Diwali campaign of the year, which is kind of which is the best in the country, which is the best that the brand has ever done. And it's always the same. The brief for Diwali is every year is the same. Every year we want to get onto sort of creative blogs that cover the top 10 best ads, the heartwarming, the emotional, the the one that will light up your day. So it's always that. So a couple of don'ts. Because as a team, for so many years we worked on festive campaigns, because we used to work on Big Bazaar. Now we have Dhara, and there are any kind of national level brand will want to do a big Diwali campaign. So we came across a few things which sort of showed us what not to do, and basically what not to do is what everyone else has been doing and probably been overdoing. So the world where sort of we help maids and we help guards, and these are just some of the screenshots of the work that's done in that territory. And we've really sort of helped all kind of needy, poor, ignored people. Perhaps we rise up once in a year to think about them, but we do. And according to the research that was done internally by our team, there are like too many of these ads already done. And according to everyone who sort of cares about creativity, about creating work that stands out, the work that shines, work that is liked, work that touches us, we need to stop doing it. So we know what not to do, but then what do we do? And the answer is not very simple, but as simply put, this is Bill Burnback, one of the founders of DDB, and in his own words, basically, kuch alag kar yaar. So, kuch alag basically means that it should. Advertising always has phases, and we are going through a phase where we have really sort of. We have done too much of helping the needy, but festivals are also about connecting with people that matter. And there are moments within the festive times which still need to be explored. So every year we need to get out, we need to find stories that are fresh, and we need to find emotions that work uniquely for our brands. So if you are working if for Amazon, I mean, it has to be something that works in the space of Amazon more importantly. And I have some examples. Some of us might have seen those. But for example, the Vivo ad last year, it just stuck to the core of what Vivo is, which is taking pictures. And it made a simple point: among 1,000 pictures you click with your phone, just one can bring a family together. And here's the ad which I can play. In the interest of time, I can forward as well. I don't know if there is a way I can understand if what people are feeling, what right now people in this session are feeling, but I'm just going to play it for now.
कैसा है नानू का बच्चा?
See, my young and fit Nanu.
Sweet.
पापा, it's dinner time here. आने को खाना खिलाना है. हम बाद में बात करें?
Okay, बेटा. Good night. यादों के एक संदूक में छिपा के मैंने रखी है.
Mr. Shastri.
Yes.
Tushar, I booked the room for 2 weeks.
Oh yes, of course. Come on in.
ये सब यहाँ रहते?
नहीं यार, सिर्फ मैं और मेरी तन्हाई.
अक्सर इतने चैट करते.
4 दिन में दिवाली है. सब लोग अपने अपने घर जाते हैं और तुम यहाँ.
हाँ, but it's too noisy and polluted, uncle. मैं आपको अंकल बुला सकता हूँ ना?
Oh yeah, sure. क्या हुआ?
सीटी रह गई. अंकल, मैं हेल्प करता हूँ आपकी?
नहीं यार, I'll manage.
वैसे इतने सारे रूम है आपके पास, but you rent only one. Why is that so?
बच्चों की यादें हैं, that's why I don't rent it out. तेरा वाला गेस्ट रूम है, इसलिए दे देता हूँ. रिश्तों की
I am sorry, I think I skipped it by mistake. Can anyone hear me? I just need some feedback. Guys, am I audible?
Yes, Iraj, you're already audible.
Yeah, so I think I press forward, but in the interest of time, what happens is, I mean, they click a picture and it reaches the family, and the family decides to come back home. So yeah, I mean, essentially it's the phone that played a role, and that's what also makes the story more memorable, more connected to the brand. A couple of other examples very quickly. This is an ad for Big Bazaar. It's again the same kind of brand connect, a little back from the supermarket, and how it turns strangers into close ones. This is a shorter one. I'll play it fully. It's about a minute.
Fraz, the ad, like there's no audio in the ad. Can you check? So when the ad starts, it's fine. I think once it flows, there is some.
Okay. Was the audio proper in the previous one?
So it was good like for the first 1 minute or so, and then it disappeared.
Okay. Let me just re-project it.
Sorry to cousin Iraj.
भैया ये ट्रेन कितनी लेट चल रही है?
3-4 घंटे लेट है
I'm
साहब।
on
ठंडा ले लो, ठंडा ले लो, ठंडा।
आपको भी पहले का टिकट नहीं मिला?
एक दिन लेट ही सही, लेकिन दिवाली तो अपने जानने वालों के साथ ही मनाएंगे।
हाय, मैं जतिन।
हेमंत।
अब तो आप मुझे भी जान गए हैं। हैप्पी दिवाली।
नहीं,
ओए मैं भी लूंगा। ओ कोई नहीं। हैप्पी दिवाली।
हैप्पी दिवाली।
हैप्पी दिवाली।
देखो अनार जल गए, जान न पहचान, आप मेरे मेहमान। अरे अपनेपन के बल्ब कई बार जल गए। हो किस्सों के रॉकेट से, बातों की पॉकेट से, जुगनुओं को जुगनू जैसे यार मिल गए। अनजान चेहरों में अपनों वाली बात है, टिमटिमाए ये तो जगमगाई रात है। फुलझड़ी के जैसे सब चेहरे खिल गए, सारे दिल के फुर्र से जल गए अनार। हर त्योहार में बिग बाजार।
Yeah, I think someone was saying something which I could not hear. You want to just go on?
Yeah, please go on. I think I was just telling that the audio is audible. Like we are audible now.
Okay, great. There's just one 30-second ad more, which is again the last piece that I'm just going to play, which is again, I mean, the connection of a brand with the story, and how that's why, I mean, that ad has a longer life for the brand and in people's minds as well, because there's more memory structure that gets formed. So this is for Dhara. This is last year something that we did, which is again a point that comes from the world of Dhara and the product of Dhara, that homemade mithai has that personal touch that mithai walas cannot match. So I'm just going to play that.
कैलेंडर में तारीख बदल गई, तेरा डब्बा पैक नहीं हुआ अभी तक। 10 रसमलाई लगा।
जलेबी।
हाँ जी।
हर त्योहार पे अपनी मिठाई खिलाएंगे।
शाबाश बेटा, ऐसी ताजी ताजी और लगा।
त्योहार के एक रिवाज में जरा सा बदलाव लाए। इस दिवाली अपनों को अपने हाथ का खिलाएं।
I guess maybe some the video might be lagging a bit, but essentially it's just a story of how the homemade stuff will always triumph what you can buy in stores. But yes, I mean, the important bit is that none of these stories would work if that product didn't exist, or if the world of that brand did not exist. So it's emotions that need to be connected to what the specific brand is offering, and that's what sort of makes work that stands out and has a longer life. So yes, best of luck for all the Diwali campaigns that you're going to build, and it will be expected to be the best, and that's what we have signed up for when we entered marketing and advertising. And that's what we'll keep doing. And not just for Diwali, the expectation will be that it'll be the best ad in the history of advertising. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Fraz, for putting this together. I think someone rightly pointed in the comment section that like we have saved the best for like the best for the last. And I think people really loved Love the stories that you shared, and I think there's a lot of takeaway for everyone to take from the session. Are you open to some Q&A? Like if people want to ask some questions?
Sure. I mean, let's try it.
So I did see when you had started, a couple of questions were there. There was one question on, do you think Reels should be the hero component of festive campaigns this year? Because platforms do tell you to start creating short form content, but like for festive, usually there is a lot of long form content that comes through.
I think Reels is a medium, and all media is important depending on wherever people are spending their time in. So, I mean, this year it might be Reels, tomorrow it might be something else. There is a role of short form content that has always existed. Like, I mean, IPL existed for so many years, and that's just that just takes 20 seconds usually. So, I think it depends on the story. I mean, content always triumphs. So Facebook might actually be promoting a lot of Meta overall might be promoting a lot of thumb stoppers, and they do have a role. But when it comes down to Facebook doing their own advertising, all those ads are 5 minutes and 6 minutes and I think 6.5 minutes. So, but those stories are wonderful. So, so we watch them and we forward them. So I think it's never about the medium; it's always about the story, or a little something that you keep with you, whether it's a little joke or it's a smart connection that the brand has made with something that's going on in our day-to-day life. So yeah, this year, I mean, reels are important, no, undoubtedly. But if there is a story that is, reels without a powerful content will be meaningless. So it's important, but I mean, I think it's important to see the best emotion, the best moment that you can capture. And if it takes 40 seconds to tell it, then yeah, be it 40 seconds. If it can be done in 20, then sure, it should be done in 20.
Right. And there's another question wherein in the current socio-political climate, how should brands deal with trolls and hate? Or like, I think from a craft perspective, if I have to restructure the question, it's more about how to be safer as a brand in an environment like this, and what are some of the don'ts, probably the don'ts that you were mentioning, and what are some of the don'ts for brands to avoid while crafting communication during festive?
I don't know if it's a festive question. It's an interesting question, and I don't think any of us have a very clear answer on it. I would like to know a clearer answer. I don't think it's a festive conversation. It's a conversation overall in advertising that how much should we push, and can we be trolled, and can we be hated, because there is cancel culture that's going on. It's undeniably happening right now. But I think one example in very recent times is Brahmastra. There was a lot of word against it, but somewhere enough people liked it to make it a hit. So it's difficult to be completely scared of cancel culture. There have been stories where brands have told some stories which probably offended some people, and they had to sort of pull it back. But it's a very case to case. It's a very brand to brand discussion. I don't have a clear answer. And I think we at DDB, we do sort of struggle with it. And we have to really sort of, we evaluate that where is the brand, what is the topic that we are covering, can it be done in a way that it is, it doesn't sort of invite hate. And sometimes, I mean, you push the boundary a little bit if you feel that it's a good message to give out either way.
And there's one more question that I saw up there, like in the midst of spirit of giving and love for families, what are the other emotions that brands can tap through storytelling? Like, so I think you also covered something around homecoming and how made-overs and advertising. So apart from those narratives, are there any narratives that you feel have been, I've used this word before in the previous sessions about underutilized, but say like some narratives or some emotions that have not been touched during festive in the past, or have been touched very less or very like not that often?
Uh, no, I'm not probably qualified enough to answer that, because if we had that emotion, we would have used it or tried to use it this year in so many brands that we have. It is a struggle. It is the daily creative struggle of what's new, what has not really been juiced. But I mean, there are inspiring examples from across the world also. Like, I mean, for us, it's Diwali. For the Western world, it's Christmas. And you look at John Lewis, and every year they have that pressure. Every year they have the same pressure that, oh, what's the commercial that you're going to do? Because people are waiting for it in the UK. And every now and then they do come out with a piece that just sort of is so endearing. So it's and again, the brief is the same. It's always Christmas. It's always about giving. It's always about celebrating. It's always about gifting something special to someone special. And you find stories. And but is there anything that is and it always as a creative person, it always makes you feel that, oh wow, I mean, I thought of it, but I didn't really do it. So it's an ever-going struggle that we all have, that what's the next thing that we can do? Is there something untapped? I don't think I know the answer. I don't think anyone does. And whoever finds an answer, we run with our instinct and we try to tell that story and sell it to our clients and make it awesome. I remember when I was at YNR Dubai, I spoke to the team that did Write the Future. And I was like, man, you guys are amazing. It's an amazing piece. And, you know, you work for Nike, you've done such a big campaign. And they were like, oh, life is messed up. I was like, how's your life messed up? And they're like, it's the same brief every year. It's Nike, it's the same shoe. And it's always about just do it. And then we struggle the whole year to find what's the new thing that we can say. Is there any aspect of a sportsmanship that we have not touched? And probably they've touched everything. I mean, Nike has been doing such amazing work for 20 years. But they still have to rise up at this year and figure out what they're doing for the World Cup. And I'm sure they'll do something where we'll be like, wow, we've never seen it this way. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answer. And I don't think anyone does. We all sit together, all of us working in agencies and working in marketing, we come together in our various offices and online discussions and figure out और क्या कर सकते हैं यार.
But then, like you mentioned that, say, there is pressure to outbeat your best work, and that the pressure is constant through the years. Like, from your personal perspective, how do you deal with that kind of pressure, or how do you rejuvenate that? Okay, like I have to start afresh on a certain brief and I have to do something different. What's your process or regime?
I think my process is probably the same as most creative people's process who enjoy advertising. And that is basically, it's just advertising. So, I mean, no one dies. No one dies if you don't do a great ad. But okay, can we entertain people a little more? Can we entertain ourselves a little more? Are we finding some stories around us or in our discussions that at least we are getting excited with? Because we get jaded working in marketing and advertising, and we see so much work that I mean, it's like how they say that if you tell a joke to someone and it's a good joke, they laugh. And if you tell a joke to a copywriter, he says, yeah, that's funny.
Right.
Because we forget these basic things of laughter and crying at seeing a heart-wrenching moment. But if something does that, then it means it's fresh, and it can come from anyone in the agency. It can really come from anywhere. It usually comes from people's cousins. Like, you know, when someone says, you know, my cousin said that, and we're like, wow, that's amazing. Let's use it.
True. All right, so we'll wrap up the session with just one last question. And not a question, but I've been asking this to everyone on the panel before as well. Like that, what's your one key advice or learning to pass on to creative professionals who are watching this?
Oh, I mean, it's the same thing that I keep telling myself, that it's just advertising, and we are blessed to have opportunities where, brands are going to give us money to tell stories. So we got to enjoy it. And if you want to tell an emotional story, we should cry. And if we want to tell a funny story, we should be able to laugh. So, I mean, we are paid to feel, we are paid to be human. And really sort of get into a story, and whatever it is. If it's really something intelligent and smart, then it should feel that. If it's really cute, then we should also become it should make us feel like soft and cuddly, because it's a cute moment that we are trying to build. We just got to go out and feel, and it's just advertising.
Interesting. Thank you, Fraz. Thanks a lot for sparing our time for this. I think it was a lovely session. I really enjoyed it, and I wanted to comment on each slide that you would put. I wanted to comment something or the other on it, but I thought that it will become like a two-way thing for you and might interrupt you. But thanks a lot for sparing our time for this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
So that's it, guys. I think you have a lot of questions which are off topic. I could answer some of those, the ones who are still tuned in. I think Nipun is asking, how can a digital marketer transition to creative side? Like, how do you describe a good portfolio for rookies? So, like Nipun, you could start with doing spec ads. Yeah, spec ads are a trend right now. If you're good with copy, if you have a friend who can design well, if you have an idea and you could just do a spec ad and start putting that up on LinkedIn or Instagram, you would start getting noticed. And once you take that dummy portfolio to people, there'll be more of this, like more of interest coming in from recruiter side as well. But yeah, somewhere you have to start, and the best way to do it is on your own profiles. And like if the work is getting traction, you get covered on pages like which report advertising and marketing. That also adds up to resumes, because a lot of HRs now tell me that we read that they're like a designer or a copywriter's work was featured on Social Samosa, and we started taking that seriously. So like start doing spec ads, start doing work which is more of fan art, like the brands you love, the brands where you think that you can add perspective, and I think it should work for you. Ashwin is asking, can a freelancer grab a creative head position in a good company without any prior corporate experience? I think like the network agencies or the bigger companies would have a lot of prerequisites for it, but some like a startup or a newer company in the block, a new age company might offer you that position. But then you need to have a good portfolio, like Nipun had already mentioned, that you need to have a good portfolio to show. Even if you don't have a prior corporate experience, you need to have some work to show, because a creative head position comes with a lot of responsibility. Apart from this, I think, yeah, Mahima, you did mention how can we create in-house ad campaigns for our own company. Depends, yeah. I mean, like somewhere you need to start. Like you could start with doing reels also that go in line with what you want to communicate. And if you get good hands-on experience while doing that, you would again, like you would start getting a hang of doing ads for your own company. I'm not sure if I got the question right, but that is it. I think, Samantat, what is your opinion on meme stories by brands? Is it healthy or unhealthy? If your brand is catering to Gen Z and millennials who consume memes on a day-to-day basis, and like you like, I think one of the sessions did mention that how one needs to be audience centric. So if your audience's consumption is memes, there is nothing unhealthy about creating memes. But if you're trying to serve memes to an audience which doesn't understand it, which doesn't have a flavor of it, you might just like that just might be unhealthy for them. I think that's about it. If I've missed out any question, you can just put the question again, or else we'll close this call. So festive marketing for brands who do not have a big budget. So Manisha, there are a lot of agencies and companies, or even freelancers for that matter, who can help you craft films at a lower budget as well. You can do this in-house too. There are also possibilities of just hiring a good line producer to help you get the right talent to do a film. But like if your expertise is not that, then you look at an agency. And like I said, I mean, there are a lot of low budget bootstrapped agencies who are looking for work. And like you might just be that first client that they are also looking for, and budget is not a constraint. It's an idea that you want to chase and they want to work on. Is there any other question I've missed? I don't see it. All right, then this is Hitesh signing off from, okay, there is. Okay, Ashwin is owning that bootstrap agency. So Manisha, you can speak to Ashwin and figure out synergies if there is any. All right, then. So I'll sign off for the day. I hope you guys had a good learning experience today. I think some of you were also asking about the recordings of the session. So these sessions were streamed live on our LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. So you can go back to LinkedIn, YouTube, and see the sessions. Like somewhere on LinkedIn, there might be split like 2-3 posts, but you will get every session there. And our content team, as I speak, our content team is filing some summary articles which will capture the insights from each of these sessions. So you can always go back to the site and check it out. So I think in the description for the Festive Marketing Camp, did mention that it's not just about these live sessions. We are also looking at doing more articles that offer insights. So like you would see a lot more around festive marketing from Social Samosa in the next few weeks. Now that we've spoken a lot about planning, we would also speak about the kind of work brands and agencies are putting together in the coming weeks. So you would see a lot more of festive marketing, at least in the next 1 month, on Social Samosa web as well as social. Yeah, that's about it. I think thanks a lot those who are appreciating the session. We look forward to having you, to hosting more sessions and having you on those sessions as well. Goodbye and have a great weekend. I think Wasim has another question. How can a person who's specially able to have great marketing skills but don't have a degree due to limited mobility access to be a part of marketing? So Wasim, I do understand that like in the post-pandemic world, this was a very, very hard thing to do, to be at a company's premises and work with creative teams. But I think the pandemic has taught us that all this work can happen remotely. So I think there are a lot of organizations who can now offer you opportunities if there is limited mobility access. And I think you should work with one few of those. I know of a lot of creative professionals who've gone out of their way to get this done, but now it's quite easier for them also. So I think like if you have a good case and you have the right skill set, this specially abled vulnerability might not be a challenge, might not be a bigger challenge now in the post-pandemic world. You just have to reach the right places and like speak to agencies who are diverse in nature and who already have inclusivity. Great, thank you guys, thanks a lot. I look forward to hosting you at another session by Social Samosa.